Eat much chicken salad sandwich.
Recap. So we have finished the fight with Lich. We covered all that before, but we're back to Galeberg. Uh, Came back as heroes because we are. After we touched down, we found that Artigan had been taken in by the Dark Suns secretly. There was a person called Azrael Blazemark who did it. Apparently, he's left his world after it was taken over by some creatures called the Vold, and because of his entire interaction with them, he now has the ability and the requirement, basically, to absorb magical energy from other beings with magical powers. He's come and joined the Dark Suns, and joined a force that uh, Phoebe's put together called the Spelljammers, and he was the one that took Artigan away. When we met with him and Artigan and started the interrogation, it started to go pretty well until we had some interruption from a pseudo god known as Relicanter. Relicanter's apparently been the guy that's been being behind the scenes running the Hands of Fate, and even though we had a bunch of spells and different things to try and block his communication and intervention, he just seemed to surpass all of that. Talking with Artigan for a bit, we gleaned some information, mostly through torture. I now have his left pinky and thumb, so he's only got 3 fingers on one hand. He did go ahead and make it apparent that they have some information on us. He threatened Wilhelm and my uncle, which I don't think I've ever really even mentioned in this campaign before. Afterward, we kind of went our separate ways for a bit, and that's when Dorian decided to make his move on Genzo and tried to get him arrested for all the crimes that he committed in Sea Shroud. Genzo tried to get away with some intervention from Aaron, but in the end, he was apprehended and taken away. There was some talk of different ways to approach how to deal with Genzo. Basically, Vivi wants him to stand trial in Sea Shroud, and I'll represent him as long as Genzo has to serve in the Dark Suns again for another 4 years. Hey, bud, you alright? Yeah, you wants to chime in. After that, I'm not really gonna cover everything that happened. It was basically a Shiziki talkathon. A little while after that, but basically what it came down to is I offered as Rainer to Vivi to be able to recover King's Crest. King's Crest. The idea is that the Dark Suns will actually go there to the ruins and wreckage and stand up guard and help go ahead and start salvaging all the money, the items, the gold, everything in there, with the help of forces from Permalty and Sea Shroud. And after all that was said and done, and a few more people were included in that conversation through dream spells and whatnot, that was about it. Except afterward, in the morning, I had the Raven Queen reach out to me, and I'll cover that here in a bit. But yeah, we're picking back up the next day. Looks like Aaron's probably gonna be heading off to Claresi, and the rest of us are still in Galeberg. There we are.
All right. So it's getting close to morning time, and Shiziki, you are in your tent when you feel a little tap on your shoulder, and you hear like, "Hey, Shiziki, hey!" Looking up, and you see the current form that Zai is taking of a rather blocky, shoddy-looking half-elf with hair that is way too blue to actually really be a moon elf. It's like, hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Shiziki, so, hi, I'm glad to see your life, but I have something very important I need to talk to you about, alright? So, just hear me out on this one, alright? I need you to kill someone for me.
I haven't even had my coffee yet.
So this guy, I don't know his name, but he's wearing like the armor from the Dark Suns or whatever, the elf guy with red hair.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's been talking to Mithra over the night, and I think it was going well, and I need you to kill him for me. How does that sound?
What? Zai, can you come back in like 20 minutes? I'm not ready to just wake up to this, man.
All right, but you'll kill him, right?
We can discuss this at breakfast.
And actually, private messages.
Yeah, again.
You are currently find yourself waking up at a in your own room in an inn.
And an N. I thought we were like in tents.
Oh, then your tent.
Yeah, okay. Just my usual spot. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Let me know when you're done reading it.
I have not gotten anything from you.
This is just for Kelly.
Oh, you sent it to Kelly. Okay. Sorry, I thought you said you sent it to me. Never mind. Oh.
What the shit, Joe?
Oh shit. What'd you do, Gavin? Gavin?
What? Okay.
Just, keep in mind, you also have an amulet of telepathy. You can maybe
Yeah.
talk to this.
No, I'm having a hard time processing it. That is,
You broke her, Gavin. You broke
Yeah.
her.
I've been real nervous about this one.
How did you break her?
I'm getting into character now.
We're done.
Okay.
We're done.
Remember, fireball is always an answer. Just saying.
And I guess.
And screaming aim to the aim of telepathy, help! Works too.
I know I'm putting a lot of pressure on you on being the one that has to say this.
And I was like,
You need an adult.
You guys are gonna kill me.
I probably will. Mike? Yes.
I found Will.
What?
Not breathing.
Aaron's gonna run as fast as he fucking can.
Yeah, I think we're all gonna start heading over to where Ophelia is.
Like, I'm booking it. Like, I am running as fast as I can. Like, if I have to jump on Solomon to get faster, that's what I'm doing.
My
Mm.
center's
When you arrive, you see Wilhelm laying on the ground outside of Philius' tent, covered in blood, with a gash across his throat and a large dagger stuck in his chest, kind of pulsating with a purple energy.
Aaron's literally. God, there's a purple stuff you said?
It's like a purple glow from this dagger that is currently stuck in his chest.
Yeah, so
Arcana check. Definitely Arcana check.
Yeah, go for it. Make an Arcana check. So, yeah, you're familiar with this type of magic. It's a very dark, sinister magic. It's has some roots in necromancy, but it's largely kind of a union of necromancy and abjuration as far as School of Magic goes. It's a binding spell. It creates a shield over over an individual that if their spirit has left their body will prevent that spirit from re-entering the body as long as the curse on that weapon exists.
I am gonna cast Glibness, and then I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic on it.
You do it. You notice the purple glow sort of because of the glibness. That's why I'm not making you do an ability check. It seems to fade. It's still in him though.
Like it's in his body.
Like it's like in the left side of his chest, like right where like the heart would be.
Yeah. Then I reach down and I pull the knife out,
You're able to.
and then immediately after that, Celiel, who's still with me, is gonna start casting Raise Dead.
She's gonna cast Raise Dead. What's the casting time on that?
Takes an hour. So, but she's gonna go and
Takes
get
an hour?
started.
Make a perception check.
Okey-dokey. Where is my perception?
So you notice, curiously, he has something gripped in his left hand that it looks like clearly there was some sort of struggle. But he didn't leave empty-handed. And you notice he has kind of a wad of like white pinkish hair that's kind of balled up in his left hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take that. If you guys can keep watching him, I'm gonna go and see what I can find out about this. And I'm gonna sit down and, in fact, if we can get a medic or something over here to help him out while she's casting that, if anything will help. But I'm gonna go ahead and sit down and start casting Scry.
At this point, people have already noticed, and a few people have walked over. Some commoners, like, and the occasional person screams because not everybody's seen a body before. But at this point, a crowd is starting to develop. Aaron, what do you do?
Shiziki, you better find them motherfuckers. I'm gonna kill them, I swear I am.
Actually, I'll say this. Celiel is actually going to, yeah, she's gonna, do a healing touch before she does, the Raise Dead.
Nothing happens.
Any creature she touches is cured from any curse, disease, poison, blindness, or deafness.
Yeah, I mean that's all well and good, but nothing happens.
Okay.
Hey, I don't remember where Dorian and Valastrios is. I think I kind of left
Valastrios
early.
was, yeah. I mean, honestly, you guys can be wherever you want to be. You'd have your own tents.
Okay. Well, I know for a fact that for like the past 4 episodes, I've made it clear that Dorian does not have his amulet, and Valastrios does not have a amulet.
Yeah. However, Dorian and Valastrios, I imagine both of your characters would have risen for the day at this point, and you do pick up on some commotion, the occasional gasp or scream as the members of various factions, as well as some commoners, some of the Aragonasi and Moonelven commoners, have begun to react, and you would have a pretty clear direction of which way to go.
Alright.
Side note, I'm gonna go put the kid down. I might be gone for a few minutes, but I'm just sitting scrying. And Celiel
Okay.
is back to casting Raise Dead. So that's 10 minutes of scrying and an hour for the Raise Dead thing. So continue on.
All right. So Dorian and Valastrios, you know exactly which way to go for whatever might be going on. Do you head in that direction?
Yeah.
So both of you see what I just described. You see Wilhelm his black and purple robes, just prone on the ground, his garments stained with his own blood, and a large, well, actually, it's been removed, but a large. What did you do with the dagger, Sean?
He just, I think he's actually holding on to it.
Yeah,
Okay.
he took it with him.
All right.
But
Well,
that's
Step
what
away,
you
and
see.
then you ask me a question as soon as I step away. Yeah, I'm still holding dagger.
Sean's scrying
Okay.
with the
But
dagger.
I'm not.
So
It's basically by me, but I'm not like holding on to it, focusing on it. I'm focusing on that lock of hair.
well,
Okay.
for Dorian, he sees Ophelia having a mental breakdown. Sean's busy doing a ritual. So Dorian will go up to Aaron and just, so what's going on here?
Wilhelm. Well, our good friend Wilhelm's dead.
Yeah.
Shaziki's off trying to find out who the fuck did it. And yeah, we're trying to figure out how to get him back to fucking life. Unless you want to help with that, then you're no help.
What's
So
with the
let's
dagger?
Ciliol says, I'm currently in the process of casting a raise dead spell, but I'm not positive if it'll work. It's strange. The condition of his body is,
Does anyone
well,
know Revivify? Anybody? Anybody know
well, it's,
Revivify?
I think it's too late for Revivify. Well, it's likely he has only been dead for a few hours based on
What's with the glowing
Shaziki's
dagger?
last transpondence with him.
The dagger's no
body-
longer in his chest. The dagger
his-
went with Shaziki.
His body is currently in a condition of somebody who has been dead for at least a week.
Race dead works as long as they haven't been dead for more than 10 days.
Aha!
Okay, then it would work. I thought it was a week.
Nope, 10 days.
So it would work then. Yes, that would work.
So,
She says, but I will
Revivify,
do everything I can. And by this point, Shaziki, your scrying ritual has completed. Your vision focuses in on an individual with kind of a long, about to the middle of his back, pinkish but almost solid white hair, standing in what looks like a dark cavern. And you see he's sort of looking at a stopwatch. And he says, well, now seems like it's been about long enough. So, I imagine that you have found the lock of hair in your now deceased friend's hands. Well, I knew it was there and I did not take it, because I knew exactly what you would do. You are hilariously outmatched. The hands of fate will always find you. Every weakness you have, we can exploit. By this point, you've noticed something very intriguing about this character, and that this person looks to be a changeling. Kind of later on in years, probably in his mid-50s, with very long, almost white, but hair that has a slight pinkish tinge to it. You notice he has a large rifle across his back, and he's got about 5 or so more of those exact same daggers that you found that seem to be kind of a belt across his chest. He also carries what looks to be 2 kind of shoto, like short katanas, one on each side of his hip. And he's wearing, like, kind of on his forehead at the moment. But he has some fairly advanced, definitely some technology in it, maybe some magic of goggles that are currently just worn across his forehead that kind of thematically form the shape of an hourglass. And he looks at you and says, I see that your uncle has been taken to safety. But rest assured, there is nowhere that anyone is safe from the hands of fate. Stand down from your current course. Save the universe. But leave us out of it. Or you will lose everything. And then he proceeds to just say, and now, I will just wait until your scrying spell fades. As he just sits down, pulls out a cigar, and just starts smoking a cigar.
Okay. I would say in the time that was going on, I will go ahead and memorize his features and voice.
You will be what?
Go ahead and memorize his features and voice.
Alright. Before your scrying spell fades, he says, oh, one thing. The hands of fate are always 10 steps ahead of you. If you're able to successfully revive your friend, he will likely tell you that the form that I took whenever you first encountered me was that of an Earth Ganassi, which of course would likely lead you to travel to Gaia and search for me. You will have no such luck. I know that you can detect a changeling. Do you think I would be stupid enough to simply wait for you to find me? Exactly where it is that you will likely be going at some point in your journey in the first place. Unlike my friend Artigan there, I am not an idiot. Speaking of Artigan, you will find him in a rather unfitting condition for life when you go search for him in the prisons. Do not worry. His clone has been destroyed, and I've taken pieces of him with me that will render his resurrection impossible. If you were to decide, of course, to resurrect him for the purpose of questioning him further. We'll be in touch. May the hands of fate always guide us. And the scrying spell fades.
Alright. I'm just gonna turn to the rest of the group. Relicanter. Which, I'm assuming if everybody was there for the Artigan thing, they get what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. He said one last thing. He said, he said, and in case you would like to discover any more information about me, or at least attempt to, my name is Voltaire. Not that that name will mean a thing to anyone, and I only tell this because Relicanter has decreed that you having this knowledge will lead you to make a decision that will play right into our hands. There is nothing you can do to resist us. That's all he says.
Alright, yeah, I will stand up and brush myself off and take a look to see how Cilio's spell is coming along.
It's reaching its conclusion, but at this point, this is when, for the first time, you guys can actually take place in a kind of a resurrection ritual. So the way this works is whenever you make a check to resurrect somebody, it's a spellcasting ability check versus my roll. I gain a penalty on my roll depending on whatever contribution anyone makes. It can be just any sort of act, anything that you think would be of significance enough that would lure a spirit back to a body. And if I will either subtract, up to 3 people can contribute, and I will either subtract from my roll a 0, a 1, or a 2 for each person's contribution, stacking, if that makes sense.
Aaron's going to touch the body with his mechanical arm and put just enough electricity for the body to kind of feel it, but nothing to do damage. Kind of like that tingling sensation you get.
Okay.
Not like you put your finger in a light socket. Pretty much. I am the motherfucker. Boom! Come back, bitch! Boom!
would you like to say or do anything else?
Ophelia, we're gonna need your help too.
I am.
Ophelia,
gonna-
come on!
I'm gonna
Something.
send out a prayer.
Okay.
So I will sit down and I will start to pray to Sylvanas.
To Sylvanas, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you say?
Oh, give me a moment. I gotta look at my notes of things and all the whatevers. Right?
Yeah, and every time like he kind of puts the electrical pulse through, he's just gonna scream like, "Come on, Wilhelm, you can't leave me now. You can't go yet. It's not done yet. It's not your time."
I can't find all that. It doesn't matter. I'll still just go ahead. Sylvanas. Here before you is a man known as Wilhelm or Drexel, depending on how you may know him. But he was integral in helping us in Sea Shroud with so many of your followers there. He's what made me able to put Ursine in place and help me construct a temple to you. Please don't let this be the end of his time. There's so much more for him to do, and I don't think he's ready to leave yet.
You feel a sense of approval.
Do I need to make a persuasion
over
roll for
you.
this? Because I got Calyptus up.
Yeah, you do. That'll determine whether you score a 1 or a 2, depending on your roll.
Alright, and it's actually something I need to do that I didn't do before that I forgot, but I'll do it now.
Alright.
I
So
do
that's
have
a
a point of
32.
exhaustion, so I need to be rolling with disadvantage.
Yeah, so that's a 32.
So do I need to roll anything for shocking the hell?
Yeah, make a tinkering check. That will determine what you score. Either a tinkering or a medicine for this one.
All right, hold on. Let me go make a tinkering check. Hold on.
I'm gonna nuke my sandwich while this is going on. Well, it's been sitting for like an hour.
Alright, and adding proficiency bonus, that's a 25. Because you have leveled up, you just haven't added it yet. So, yes, you have. Everybody should be level 17 now. Which means, Philia, you now have a certain spell that starts with a W, if I recall, if that's the one that you wanted.
Yeah. I haven't thought of that.
But alright,
Oh fuck.
I've scored your contribution. Alright, so would anybody else like to add anything? One more person can do it.
What are we adding exactly?
It's basically this is Matt Mercer style, a contribution to a resurrection ritual. Can be just some words, can be an offering, it can be anything you want it to be.
Hmm.
Well, that's probably the time.
I know.
Literally anything. Just ask Wilhelm to come back to his body.
Yeah. I'll just do
Hey,
Okay.
so I got this thing under the boon of the Threshold Guardian. It says I can use a bonus action to determine whether a target has ever died on the material plane. You have advantage on wisdom, insight checks, and intelligent religion checks to see two checks made to determine their means of resurrection. So
If they have ever died, then you essentially can gain insight
yeah,
into
I know that's kind
by
of
what means
irrelevant.
they're alive.
I know it's kind of
Yeah.
irrelevant for this situation, but going forward, like, does that just go for anybody? Like, how do I use that? Because I'm looking over Boon of the Threshold Guardian, and I have advantage when I myself am trying to resurrect somebody, not when somebody else is. So I don't think I'm going to be as much help as everybody else in this situation, personally. Um, but if I was to use that later on, like,
For example,
would
if
you
you
rule
guys
it
are
that I'd have to
able,
use one of my channel divinities to be able to use that just on anybody?
no, you can use that just on anybody with Boon of the Threshold Guardian and just make a roll. If you roll high enough, then literally I'd tell you, like, oh yeah, they have died before and they are alive again through divine magic.
Okay. All right. That's all. That's all I
So,
wanted to know.
all right. So Celiel looks looks at the rest of you and says, "It's almost done. All we can do is pray." Sean, could you please roll a d20 and
Why you put that on me?
add what's her spellcasting ability stat? Her spellcasting ability attribute.
There's charisma. Um, I'm not sure I have her spell DC, but I don't know what her attribute is.
All right. Well, I can calculate it. So she has a +7 to charisma. Her spell. What's her DC?
Her DC is 20.
Her DC is 20.
Yeah, and she
So
has a charisma of 25.
and she is the equivalent of a yeah. Okay. So roll a d20 and add 7.
7, so that's 23.
Well, we both got the same natural rolls. I rolled a 16 -4. So, yeah, a 23 beats a 12. And in a blinding flash, you see this energy overtake Wilhelm and then settles, and there's just silence.
Yeah,
You're all staring at Wilhelm, just thinking, what the hell? Why isn't it happening? Why isn't anything happening? After about 20 seconds, finally Wilhelm just what what where where he seems to be sort of speechless right now, like he's trying to ask like where he is, but he's having a hard time getting a word out. All he does is he just looks up at Philia and in a state that you've never seen Wilhelm in before, he just kind of puts his arms up to his shoulder and just says, cold, cold.
I embrace
yeah, and Celia's going to immediately go into casting Healing Touch on him.
You see some of the blood begins to disappear and some of the wounds begin to close and his eyes are just wide. And Dorian, you would recognize this. Celiel would recognize this. Dorian, you'd recognize it because of your divine background. And I imagine probably Valastrios would too. This is textbook resurrection sickness.
Put his hand behind Wilhelm's behind Wilhelm's head and pull out a healing draught and kind of just gently have Wilhelm drink.
He does, and it almost is. He drinks it with like an eagerness, like he just guzzles down the healing draught, and you see him. He just coughs a few times, just and coughs up a little bit of blood at the same time whenever he does so. And he just seems to be in like an inconsolable like panic as he's just looking around. He tries to stand up, but he's just weak. Um, as he looks to where am I?
All right, I'm gonna clear the crowd. Let's go ahead and take him over to a med tent.
You have to carry him.
Yeah, I mean, that's
He's
fine.
too weak to walk.
And if you can't carry
Yeah,
him,
he's with us. Take your breath.
yeah, if you can't carry him, someone.
Yeah, I
You
think
get him
between the
over.
two of us, yeah.
You get him over to a tent, and with some clerics standing by, some light bearers from the order. What? And a human gentleman greets you. What? And what happened? What happened to this man? As Wilhelm just kind of is just nonsensically making noises, just
I'm gonna grab somebody, anybody. Go get the commander now. Send him here.
Of course, at once. Would you like like both Commander Valinor and Commander Gray?
Who's Commander Gray?
Duncan Gray.
Oh, that's Duncan.
Yeah.
I'll just look over to Dorian. Do you want yours here? Because I know I need mine.
Tony.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? Who's asking?
I am.
It was Shiziki that was asking.
Oh, you're asking me? Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Welcome to the game there, bro.
Yeah, I know. No, I mean, I don't know.
I'll grab Commander Gray as well, as this elven gentleman just kind of runs off in the direction that you know is towards the Jade Palace.
I'm sorry. I was trying to hook up I got a new mouse. Okay, leave me alone. There's like
You're good.
47 buttons on this motherfucker, man. Yeah, I don't know. I kept accidentally pressing the wrong button, throwing in grenades and killing myself in a game last night. I was getting pissed off. But I was kind of doing that while y'all were doing y'all's monologue, so my bad.
Man, I will tell you guys, I was so nervous about this session.
Yeah, it's alright.
It wasn't like he was gonna die.
Yeah, no, it'd be impossible. Yeah, we got Wish, True Resurrection, Raise Dead. Dude, we can do anything.
Favors from gods.
Yeah.
So you're waiting there with Wilhelm, and the sense of this, you can tell he was heavily confused, and almost like he recognized a lot of you guys, but at the same time didn't. But this daze has kind of started to wear off a little bit, though he is still, you can tell, extremely weak, and he looks it too, like more emaciated than he did before. There's still not really, even though changelings tend to be kind of pale, which, by the way, he's in his regular changeling form right now. It hasn't occurred to him to shapeshift. Even though that's pretty devoid of color, if that could be any paler, it is.
So, Dorian will give him 30 points of lay on hands.
All right.
Yeah, and he got whatever healing Suliel did with her spell. And then, again, any diseases or curses are removed.
Yeah.
That's what, can I determine if he has any diseases or if he's poisoned? Oh, no, Celio cured all that, right? In one
Yep.
go?
Yeah,
Okay.
she did.
Her healing touch,
Yeah.
man, it's pretty baller.
Yeah.
Aaron's going to then put 2 darts, his last 2 darts into Wilhelm of superior healing.
He kind of winces a little bit and looks over at you. His voice still shaky, but more of the person you remember. Thank you, Aaron.
Wilhelm, you need to take your regular form.
Oh, damn it! It didn't even occur to me. By the way, the cleric is still there.
Oh no, I would have
Oh.
had them leave. Like for a while. This is why I said go get the
Where's-
commander, and we're setting up camp. This is not where other
Where's
people
the
need to
cleric?
All right, so he changes back into his regular human form. That
Did
was
the cleric see anything? Perception check with Velastrios.
well. The cleric saw you carry a changeling in.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I want to go talk to that cleric.
Okay. So this is let's just say his name is Brother Vosk.
Yeah, that's
you
great.
know him.
Make a wisdom saving
He's
throw, Brother Voss.
who's visiting him?
Velastrios.
Velastrios. All
Yeah.
right.
Excuse me, Brother Voss. May I have a word, please?
Yes, of course, sir.
Can I see if this guy has if this is what's going on? Because I got a feeling what's happening here. Do I understand what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty sure you understand what's going on. You know, somebody killed Wilhelm.
No, I mean with this cleric and what Velasquez is about to do.
Yeah, he rolled a 19, but that's not going to be high enough. How would you like to modify his memory?
Oh, well, it's already happened. I was gonna hex him if I saw what was going on, but it's already done. Okay.
Basically, he's going, from what Velastrios remembers what he looks like, he's just going to change that image so he remembers seeing Wilhelm's transformed face, not a changeling.
So a long, blonde-haired, rather spiffy-looking human.
Yeah, and I'm basically gonna pat him on the shoulder and be like, "Can you hand me some? Go fetch me some water. I am kind of in my elder years."
I will get you some once I have fetched the commanders.
Yes.
So
And then he also forgot what he ate for breakfast this morning.
and he says that as he's walking away. Did I have breakfast this morning?
Yeah.
Wilhelm looks over at all of you, at Dorian, Aaron, Philia, Shaziki, and just says, "What? I think I know the answer to this, but what happened and why am I here?"
You died.
You need to tell us. You apparently just appeared here and been dead for days, which doesn't make sense because we just spoke last night.
That was me that you spoke to. It's all such a blur. I apologize, Shaziki. I told you that I was going to attempt to fly the Gambit into Galberg, but there was an engine failure, and I had to stop at the Strangolight Vale, which is just a few clicks south of Thalasia. The Gambit is, damn it, it's still there. And I was attacked by a single man. His speed was, and I couldn't even track his movements. He was so fast. I attempted to defend myself, of course, and I cast several high-level spells on him, some that should have stopped him in his tracks. But every time I did, he simply appeared elsewhere, and I couldn't stop him, and I couldn't fight him, and I was weak.
It's alright, you're not a fighter, Wilhelm. Rest. We've got people coming in here in a moment. Now, I think you just need to rest.
We have to get back to the Gambit quickly. Who knows what they may have found on my ship? My weapons!
We can go check it out here in a moment, but right now, you got dropped into this camp and we need to be on high alert. Exactly.
The the Warforged I rescued. Before I stopped, I told him to hide in a compartment underneath the ship, but I don't know his well-being. I don't know if he is all right. I have to go save him. He has to make it
You have to
to
sit here
Primalty.
and rest. We can handle the rest here. He had a teleportation circle on his ship, didn't he?
He did.
We can get there pretty quick.
That man was so scared. The Warforged, and I told him that I would take him to safety. I told him I would give him a better life, and I have to. I have to live up to my word.
What's the Warforged name?
Ironhoof. Yes, about that. That may be rather difficult. This... I'm just gonna say it. The man that attacked me is a changeling.
Yeah, we already had a...
He first approached as, and I thought it was peculiar, as an Earth Ganassi male that claimed he needed some food, I think, if I remember what it was that he approached under the pretense of. I turned my back for just a moment, and he was already upon me. I barely had time to react.
Alright. Sit and rest, Wilhelm. We're gonna look into this, but right now I just need you to rest. In a moment, if you're able, we might need you to teleport us to your ship, but for right now, just rest.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of you being here. You truly are my dearest friends.
Felix, can I ask you something? Did you just find him at your feet? Did you see him teleport in? I want to know how he was able to get here.
I heard a familiar sound. It sounded like there in front of my tent. But dead.
Remember, you heard 2 teleports.
Velastrios? This is a bit more on the arcane nature. Do you know anything that can do that? As far as I know, if you're going to teleport somewhere, you need a circle. Except for your plane shifting.
No, you don't need a circle to teleport. You could just simply teleport. You don't exactly need to know where you're going, as long as you've seen it, or then it gets complicated.
At this point, 2 shield bearers walk in, both human, and they speak to you, Dorian, and they say, Doomguy Dorian, there has been a development. The hostage, Otagan.
Ah, he's dead.
Yes, how did you know?
Well,
In
it
fact,
was just a
dead
guess.
doesn't quite cut it. He is in pieces, and there's pieces of him missing. And what's worse, 2 of the shield bearers that were guarding him were killed as well.
Let's see. Have you informed the commander?
Duncan has been informed.
Duncan, That's really what you call him? Yeah, he
Not
has a
to
title.
his face.
Well,
The
don't get used to that.
Grand Knight has
Duncan.
been informed.
Yes,
Grand Knight Duncan Gray.
yeah, that's what I thought. What's your name again?
Um,
Yeah, don't ever let me catch you using his name like that. He has a
I-
title. He earned it.
I understand.
Yeah,
I do
good.
apologize for my
Alright.
disrespect.
That's right. All right. So, who was the shift lead for the prison, holding the prisoner?
Let's see. That would be.
Did he see anything? Is there any report from him? Did he hear anything?
You take it that the people that were there, anybody that might have been present, well, it would have been those two individuals, and they are dead.
Well, send one of the clergymen to see what they can find out.
Yes, sir. At once. It'll be done. As they take their leave and walk back out of the tent. So, shortly after this, Grand Knight Duncan, as well as Vivi, walk into the tent, and Grand Knight Duncan takes no delay. He walks in and says, "I need a full report at once. I want to know everything that happened and why
I
two
tell
of
him.
my men are dead."
I tell him.
I see. So we do not. Nobody actually saw this attack.
Nope.
Vivi speaks up and says, "It is troubling that an individual was able to make it into this city while it was heavily guarded, and was able to both deposit a body as well as kill one of our more valuable hostages, all with nobody even noticing that he was here. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how this was possible. But this
Yeah, I
man
mean,
will pay." And he says, "Do any of you have any information on this man that attacked?
Yeah.
Anything at all?"
It's a man that apparently goes by the name Voltaire.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, it's a first for us too. Apparently he works for somebody known as Relicanter, and I'll kind of take a look at the commander when I say that.
I see. And how do you know this?
I'm a powerful caster. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve just like anybody else in these ranks.
And the man just told you his name.
That he did.
Why would he do that?
To taunt us? I think he's trying to goad us. I think he wants a reaction out of us.
Commander Duncan, I would suggest narcissistic, psychotic, too much monologuing.
This is most troubling. Did he say anything else?
Well, from what we've heard from the man down right here, apparently he attacked his airship when it was on the way over here. And to be honest, I think it'd be in our best interest if we wouldn't investigated it.
He looks over at Wilhelm and says, "I recognize you. You're Wilhelm, the traveling merchant." And he looks back at him and says, "Yes, that is me." Wilhelm's kind of like semi-famous. A lot of people know who he is, though not as much as you guys do, obviously. So, and whenever he's speaking to Wilhelm and says, "So what would this man want with you? Why would he attack you? He must have had some reason." I do not know. I have never met this man before. And you can tell Wilhelm's mind still isn't quite back yet.
Let's let the man rest for a little bit, shall we? He just came back from death's door, and I'm sure he'll have plenty to tell you. Alright. Alright. I'm sure he wants to see justice for what happened to him as much as the rest of us do. But I think he needs to rest for the time.
Understood. We will have a meeting regarding these events. I encourage anyone who is able to attend to do so. It'll be properly in 2 hours. Gather your thoughts. I will see the rest of you then.
Just out of curiosity, where he said the thing was, how far is that from us, roughly, travel-wise?
It's only about 2 miles south of Thalassia. So for you guys, you're looking at probably 150, 200 miles, but by sky skiff, you could get there in 4 or 5 hours.
Okay, 2 hours is great, but we need to go investigate where his ship went down, and that's going to take us some time.
I see. And you wish to depart immediately?
Yeah, immediately.
I think that's going to be best. The problem with it is I'm pretty sure whoever did this is expecting us to show up there shortly afterward. They're trying to goad us, so I'm fairly certain we're walking into some kind of a trap, but to be honest, fuck it. Pardon my French, Commander. French is also a slang term for gibberish, because that word doesn't exist here.
Pardon my Elvish.
Pardon my abyssal.
I think you just made it up, man.
Yeah, what is French? But no,
But with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and investigate this immediately.
of course, but I think there is wisdom in your assessment. Take caution, all of you, as it doesn't take much to determine that you are likely walking into a trap. But perhaps they knew that you would expect to walk into a trap and therefore did not set one.
Well, I think the only way we're going to find that out is if we actually go. I'm not going to spin my wheels of who thinks we might do this to think who might do that. Let's just go.
Wilhelm gets up and says, "Please, take me with you."
No, thank you. I'm staying with you. I'm not.
I'm going to lead him real close to Wilhelm, and this is just privately between me and him. If there's anything you want us to know, to look into at your ship, anything that we need to know before we get there, secret compartments of anything you need us to go and take out, anything like that, tell me now, but you're not coming with us.
I understand. In my quarters, if you are to move my bookshelf, you'll find a small piece of wood in the wall that you can push. You'll find a lever inside of this. Pull the lever clockwise, turn it, the wall shall open. Inside of that compartment, it appears to be a normal storage compartment, but underneath some of the chests, you'll find a piece of the floor that is movable. That is where Ironhoof hid before we landed. And in my workshop, toolbox right side of the room. Just see if any of my schematics are still there.
Alright, we'll go and head on out. One last thing, Wilhelm. I learned a new spell and I might use it. All I need you to remember is... It's not what it's meant for, but it might work this way. Take the copper for no, take the silver for yes.
Copper for no, silver for yes.
Take the copper and leave the silver for no. Take the silver, leave the copper for yes.
Understood. And please, please be safe.
I'll make sure I get all your schematics, Wilhelm.
Yeah, I'm gonna just relay that in the amulet telepathy, everything you told me, so the rest of the group knows.
Okay.
All right. If there's any one thing anybody needs to grab right quick, grab it, because I'd say it's time to go. You staying with Wilhelm? All right.
Yeah, Dorian won't be going either. He's gonna be staying behind.
As Wilhelm kind of reaches out a hand and grabs your hand. Are you sure they could use you, Philia? I understand. Shiziki, Aaron, I guess Valastrios is going,
Yeah.
and the mage there. I'm sorry, we've only met once. Please come back.
Oh, trust me, Wilhelm. They can't get rid of me that quickly.
Godspeed.
As he leaves, he's going to literally pull out the second amulet telepathy and be like, "So, Claressi, change of plans."
How so?
Well, Wilhelm, that you remember the Wilhelm from the tournament?
Yes, the sorcerer.
Yeah, he showed up dead on our doorstep.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Okay, we got him revived, but now we're gonna go hunt down the people that did it. So, guess I'll see you eventually.
Yes, and Aaron, I don't know what you're getting yourself into, but based on everything you've told me, it sounds like you're getting involved with some very dangerous people. Please just be careful.
You know, as adventurers, danger's our middle name.
Of course, but just always make sure someone has an eye over your
I got Solomon. We'll be alright.
Alright, well, I hope to see you soon.
And he's going to pretty much go find Zeke and get the help, or find whoever we need to do to move.
Hey, Commander.
Yes, Lieutenant.
We might need an extra person to come with us. Is there any chance you could have Azrael join us?
I don't think you would mind. In fact, Azrael just might be able to get you there.
So,
And Dorian.
You don't know whether he'll be there
We
or
don't know
not.
where Voltaire is. We just know he's the one that attacked, but we have no idea what's going to be waiting for us when we get there. Yeah. No, I relayed everything from the scry. We could probably use you. I doubt that Voltaire himself will be there, but I'm expecting a trap of some kind. You gonna be coming with
Alright.
us, or are you leaving us? We have no idea when that's gonna happen. Okay. Sure.
At this point, Azrael walks up to you and he says, yes, Lieutenant Shiziki. I'm very sorry to hear about what happened to your friend. But I'd be glad to accompany you to this ship. Now, tell me, what might we be walking into exactly?
Some kind of trap from some powerful people. We don't know what, but we're going in head first, so be on your toes.
I see. Well, a healthy degree of caution, of course, is advised, but I believe, with the true might of the Dark Suns being represented in this endeavor, that we have little to fear.
I don't think we have anything to fear, but I don't think this is going to be a peaceful excursion by any means. So, Wilhelm, if you could go ahead and get us to your ship, please. Or Azrael,
Yes.
you might have a means of getting us there, or at least getting us back.
I can get us back. I know a teleport spell, but as I have not been to his ship, he could attempt to describe it to me, and I could get us in the ballpark. But if he has some way of getting us directly there, then
I
of course.
prefer if Wilhelm could. That way you can save your spells for if we need them when we get there.
Of course, Wilhelm says, I believe I can muster a spell. Just keep in mind, this is what worries me. If he truly investigated my ship, then he would know where the teleportation circle is, which means that he would have a very easy place to lay a trap for you whenever you get there.
All right. Yeah, that's actually not a bad point. Azrael, why don't we go ahead and use your way?
Of course. Now, Wilhelm, if you could just describe your ship to me, I can get us closer based on an accurate description. And he relays, he says, yes, it's a large galleon-style airship. Solid black with bronze detailing. Inside the ship, if it makes a difference to you, there's a forge. There's a few constructs that I've been working on. One is I was attempting to build another model of is I'd actually built a couple large golem-like creatures with a large maul in each hand. By the way, Shiziki, I built two more. What are they called? What are those Arcanobots called?
Arcanobots?
The biggest ones. The biggest
The
ones.
Titans?
I built a couple more Titans. And he looks at him and says, I see. Well, if you could all just place a hand on me, we'll be on our way.
Lean into Wilhelm real quick. Wilhelm, one last thing. Was the money we gave you on the ship?
It was, but most of it was hidden.
Alright.
if I may.
Oh,
Velasius will tap his staff twice on the ground. I am familiar with this area. If you just grab onto my staff, I can teleport all of us there.
I'll grab onto the staff then.
Alright. You do
hold
do it?
on. Hold on, Vlaxter. Wilhelm,
Yes, Aaron.
we'll make sure we get revenge for this. Don't worry. I'll get whatever I can.
I
And
understand,
stuff.
but if this revenge would cost me any of you, it is not worth it.
Trust me, Wilhelm. I don't plan on going anywhere. I have other things in this world to hold me.
He says, well, off you go, just be careful.
And I hold on the staff
And you poof out.
Yep, and Celia will come with us.
That's 38. So that's actually on target.
Alright, good deal.
Oh.
So,
Sorry to interrupt there right quick there, Gavin. Do I have divine inspiration after last night?
Yes, you would. You would have an inspiration. 1
you.
point.
That's it.
Yeah. Anytime you commune with a deity,
Yeah,
like, or actually in the presence of a deity, then you get that. So.
That's what I figured. All right, cool.
Well,
Yeah. So
definitely glad.
So, where we will be traveling to is actually inside Dorian's room, because that's really, that in the command deck is really the only places Vlasios went on the ship.
Okay.
Or the room that was marked Wrath.
Yeah, gotcha. I thought Dorian was Pride.
Dorian is Pride.
Is he Pride?
Yeah,
No.
he's Pride. We don't have a Wrath. Dorian was Pride.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then yeah, that's it.
All right. So you appear in a rather standard-looking room, wooden floors, wooden walls, bed. But one thing that you have noticed is all of the drawers and the footlocker is open as well. All of the drawers, it looks like they were quickly torn open and gone through, and the room is completely empty other than a bed.
Alright, as soon as we get in there, Celio's going to turn invisible, and I'm going to cast Arcane Eye, and I'm going to send it to start scouting the ship.
Okay. So, when the Arcane Eye goes throughout the ship, you see the ship has pretty much been stripped bare. There's no weapons. You don't find any Arcanobots. You don't find any potions. There's almost nothing. This ship has been picked clean.
So I'm gonna go to Wilhelm's quarters.
You're just gonna walk into his quarters?
Well,
Yep.
I'm
Just
also
walk
looking for
straight-
anything, traps,
Yeah,
whatever else.
I'm gonna tra-la-la to freaking Wilhelm's quarters.
All right, make a perception check with disadvantage.
All right, I get disadvantage on this shit. All right, hold on. Yeah, hold on. It's disadvantage. Hold on. Nah. Come on, computer, stop lagging. Thank you. All right, give me something good, even with disadvantage.
Actually, yeah, that's surprisingly good.
That's
Holy shit! Yeah.
so you open up and twalala into his quarters, and right when you are about to step on a rug, you hear like a like electrical crackling noise, and
Wait.
think, hold on.
How did that
And
go again?
it's like an electrical crackling noise, all right? You pull
Okay.
up the rug, and you see what looks to be like a blue arcane circle drawn underneath the rug that is just pulsating with this electrical energy right through the doorway of his of Wilhelm's room.
Yeah, am I seeing this? Because I got the Arcane Eye just going around, and I'm also kind of, I guess, with the group. We're all staying together, aren't we?
Well, no, Aaron just went tra-la-la.
Yeah, you didn't see that. It was under a rug.
Hey,
But you
handle the
recognize
telepathy. Maybe
it
we
would've
should
been-
stay together for the traps, and there might be something here.
Can I tell if it's mechanical or magical?
magical.
Oh,
But it
lovely.
is clearly some kind of trap, like some sort of trap magic, like a rune that was placed. And you imagine your day would have been pretty fucked up if you'd stepped on.
All right. Sweet. Hey, Shizuki,
Yeah,
there's gonna be a problem getting into Wilhelm's room.
it probably wouldn't be if you stayed with the group.
Well, I'm gonna let you know. Anybody could have stepped on this because your arcane eye wouldn't have seen this shit.
Right, but I can see through anything.
Yeah, Well, I'm just letting you know it's in a rug and it's electrified freaking flooring.
Okay.
Probably something that Wilhelm placed.
Watch
Not
this.
them.
I will come into the room, see it, and cast Dispel Magic on it.
Yeah, and you still have glibness up, so it goes away.
Kind of handy when you let the casters handle some of this magical stuff, man. Look, I understand we all want to help Wilhelm here, but if we stick together, it'll probably help out, because we could step on a trap that somebody laid here, and it'll blow up the whole ship for all we know. Rushing in right now, not the best idea.
Yeah, you're right.
So I will
Well.
take a look around with Aaron and see what we see in Wilhelm's room.
All right, so you see in Wilhelm's room, it's exactly how Wilhelm described it to you. You notice that he does have a kind of a dresser in the corner of the room, but it seems to be completely bare. All of his tools are gone, ammunition gone, weapons gone. Every drawer, every chest has been torn open and sifted through. There's a few like insignificant things that are left behind, the occasional bolt or scrap of metal, but it's been picked clean.
Alright, and I want to say my eye is basically doing a perimeter check around the ship while we're in here, because I can basically see through my eye while I'm doing other stuff. It doesn't pull away from what I'm looking at.
Just going through like the hallways of the ship.
Yeah, it's just doing a whole scout check, room to room, looking to see if anybody's here, if there's anything that stands out, that sort of thing.
Yeah, roll a investigation check.
So, back in Dorian's room, you said everything was like emptied and thrown out.
Yeah, everything is gone. The chest that where you guys were keeping your money wouldn't have been visible. Those were all hidden. You don't know if they have been found or not, but Dorian would know that underneath his bed, underneath his bed and underneath a kind of a removable flooring is where Wilhelm would have put the chest that has all of Dorian's money in it.
Okay, is that still there?
It is not.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I guess after I check the room, I'm gonna go to my room, which is secured with freaking gears and freaking crazy ass locks, and go see if it was opened. Cause I'm damn sure I would have been making crazy ass locks for that bitch.
Yeah, so make a investigation check.
All right, let's see if my room is broken into.
So,
All right.
if you'll, I have a plan,
Oh damn.
but I need you all to be extremely ready, and I need you all to take a hold of the staff.
No. Who are you telling this to?
Everyone?
Well, none of us are in the room with you, unless you're following people.
Yeah, I'm following y'all.
Because Shizuki's this way and I'm this way.
Oh, well then I'm telling Shizuki. And then we need to find you.
Well, I'll just relay it to him since he insists on not staying with the group, but I'll tell him over the amulet. And also, I rolled a 15 for the Arcane Eye.
Hey, Aaron, roll a perception check.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck.
So what are you all doing?
I mean, I was going through Wilhelm just taking a look to see how his room was while my Arcane Eye was going around, and then Valastrios joined me, so...
Yeah.
And like I said, the eye got a 15, so I don't know if it sees anything.
I have a plan, and whoever stole this stuff is an idiot. But I need you all to be ready to fight and take a hold of the staff.
Sure. Give me a moment here.
So do I see anything in my room?
Your room doesn't seem to be picked through all that much, and you actually thankfully notice that your chest of gold is untouched.
Awesome.
Or platinum. but
Yeah, it's platinum. Awesome.
Okay. If we're gonna do that, hang give me 1 second there, Velastros, and I will animate my shield. Take my antithesis in hand to put it in the bow form. I will cast Banishing Smite with my last spell slot, because I have 4 now, but... And then I'm gonna drink a potion of recuperation. So that's what I did.
all right.
And I'm now grabbing the staff.
So is everybody here grabbing the staff?
Yep. He's gonna go back to the room and grab the staff.
Okay, so Gavin,
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Locate Object on the talisman.
On the what?
The talisman.
What talisman?
The talisman that Dorian had in his chest. It's gone.
Oh yeah. Okay. So you see. Well, you don't see anything. That talisman is currently located about 10 miles or so to the east of where you are. Actually, kind of located a little off the road from Thalassia to Stormhaven.
Okay. I teleport our entire group to the talisman.
All right, so you do it, and what happens when you do is you appear like you're right by it. That's what you're doing. You're going right by it.
I'm going right to it.
Okay, so you see a chest full of a lot of that stuff that Dorian had on his ship, as well as you see basically some bags of swoon booms and grenades and stuff that's all just kind of stockpiled in one central area.
So pretty much everything they stole off the ship is in this one central area.
And right when you do, you hear a sound like a
Where's it coming from exactly?
Stop time.
right in the middle of this pile of explosive.
Stop time.
Stop time.
Yep. Ninth level
Thalastrios
spell.
has stop time.
Yep, that's the 9th level spell that I chose. Stop time.
Okay.
And so I rolled a d4. I got a 3 because it's a d4 plus 4. And everyone that's holding the staff can move. And so I look to Aaron and I say, "Go defuse the bomb." And
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right.
Let's see,
Aaron's-
so that's 6, 12, 18. You have 18 seconds.
All right. Tinkering check to defuse the bomb.
Quick
What I get-
question:
You can make-
Is it just a pile of explosives? Is it buried in with everything?
It's all that was left in this pile from the brief glance that you were able to get is pretty much every grenade and missile that they found on Wilhelm's ship.
Yeah, but what's the detonator?
You do notice that there is one bomb that was just a decently made time bomb that was set up just kind of in the middle of all these explosives. You reckon that the person that you're dealing with has some tinkering expertise himself.
Is it attached to anything?
It's attached to a bomb, and the idea is that when that bomb exploded, it would set off everything else that was there.
Well, damn. I guess I'm not gonna get a single question out. Fuck.
Oh,
Well,
what did you want to ask?
No, y'all already asked all the questions that I was gonna ask for the freaking bomb shit.
Oh.
No.
So is this bomb directly connected to the other bombs, or is it just laying on top?
So all the other explosives are kind of just piled to the left and the right of this bomb. And you take it the Tinkerer just assumed that whenever the central bomb went off, that it would ignite all the other explosives simultaneously.
Okay. So I only
So,
have one more question.
all right.
How big is this bomb? Like poundage.
How much does a regular bomb weigh?
10 pounds.
10 pounds? This would probably be about a 20-pound bomb.
Okay, so I can't cast catapult to shoot it up into the air.
Okay.
No. So you can
Would I
make
get
two. You can
would I
make
get
two
an
tinkering
advantage?
checks.
Would I get an advantage because it's a bomb and I know how to make bombs and I've made one of the biggest bombs in freaking history?
Well,
No,
Tech-
you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't get advantage, but you can make a tinkering check and add your proficiency bonus.
Well, yeah, of course. So I gotta make two of those. One plus 6, so 18 plus 6, and 17 plus 6.
Yeah. So your first
24,
one,
23.
your first one worked, but you notice when you got over there, luckily time was stopped. You had less than a second before that bomb went off.
So this was a bomb on a timer,
Yes,
and he
it
had
took
it
some planning.
within a second that we'd get there.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna take all the pieces for the time bomb, collect them, and put them in my bag of holding and be like, yep, I want this shit. Including the bombs. I'm taking all of the fucking bombs and putting them in my bag of holding.
What's the other magic user that's with us? What's his name?
Azrael.
Azrael. Azrael. Okay.
Azrael looks at the rest of you and says, "That is quite some planning to assemble a timed explosive that would. I mean, clearly they predicted what we were going to do, but to have it detonate after such a instantaneous time of us appearing, that's troublesome to say the least. How were they able to pull that off?"
They have a track on us somehow.
Well, you could have multiple people. I could think of 1,000 reasons. You could have multiple people scrying at the same time, giving constant feedback as soon as developing ritual after ritual so that they overlap and a constant information flow coming through, and then teleportation magic. Look,
They
the bounds
couldn't,
of the
actually.
arcane.
I would
Well,
know
they
if somebody was scrying on us. I would be able to see it.
Maybe they predicted that and decided to scry on somebody else.
Even if anybody is being scryed on in this group, I would know.
You would see the scrying sensor if somebody had actually placed a scrying sensor, yes. And you did not see a scrying sensor.
Well, maybe they looked into their healing crystals to tell the future. Who knows? It's just trickery.
Yeah, Celiel is still invisible, by the way. She's
Yes.
gonna fly straight up, and she's gonna take a look around to scout the area to see if she sees anybody or anything around that was watching for this to go down.
Make a perception check for Celia.
Perception. Oh, she has a plus 11 to perception. Nice. Roll a d20. That's a natural 20, so 31.
Nice. So she comes back down and says, "I did not see any people, but one thing I did notice is there was a cave that appeared to have some tracks entering into the cave. Then I noticed another single set of tracks leaving the cave when these tracks suddenly ended, and a scorch mark was left behind at the location where these tracks ended."
Okay, there's a set of tracks that go in, and then a set of
Into a
tracks
cave,
to go. Okay.
and then one set of tracks that comes out of the cave, and at the end of the set of the tracks that leaves the cave, there's like some scorched earth right at the end of it.
So, Gavin, I will pick up the amulet and pocket it.
All right. And that is Dorian's entire chest that was there. So anything that Dorian would have had was there, other than the gold.
Uh,
Or the
so
platinum.
So none of the gold is here in this pile.
No, none of the platinum is there.
Okay. So
But-
that is 5 healing potions, a ring of mind shielding, and the wand of conducting.
Yes, whatever would have been in your chest, in your own personal chest on Wilhelm's ship.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Everything else he took with him. So can you add that talisman to my inventory?
Actually, you gave the wand of conducting to me. I have it.
Oh, do you have it?
Yep.
I thought you gave it back to me after the tournament.
No, you didn't want it, so you just left it with me. You can have
Oh,
it,
okay.
but
No. Mm-mm.
okay.
I
What's
was
that
gonna
talisman
throw it
called?
away. The Talisman of Ultimate Evil.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got that in Sea Shroud.
Yeah.
Here, just I'll type it into your inventory. I actually never made the item for the Talisman of Ultimate Evil. It's not in Fantasy
It's
Grounds
in the
for some
DMG.
reason. Is it?
Yeah, it's in the DMG.
I don't think it's in I know that's where it is. I don't think it's in Fantasy. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it is in Dorian's inventory. If I can...
It's not in Dorian's inventory.
Oh, no. I don't know why I put it in Dorian's. Yeah, I'll put it in Velastrios' inventory.
Yeah.
Alright, so we have this cave. Might want to check that out. Also, we still need to recover the ship. So, I vote, let's go take a look at this cave. Trap or not, let's just see what it is. And then try and get back to the ship.
Well, those were some of my hardest hitting spells that I have just performed. So
Azrael looks at the rest of you and says, if you're worried about any magical traps, I could simply lead the way, activate an anti-magic field, and the rest of you trail behind.
Yeah, that'll work.
If any of you have any magical items that you would like to continue being active, you might want to take a few steps back.
Yeah, I will recast Arcane Eye, and then I will definitely take a few steps back. And the idea is if we start heading towards this cave, the Arcane Eye is going to be about like 60 feet ahead of everybody, and then he can go.
Okay.
So it'll be like Arcane Eye, Azrael, the rest of us, I guess.
Gotcha. So, I take it everybody gets their distance from Azrael, and he activates this field that just kind of looks... It almost looks like a distortion in the air. Almost like on a hot day, if you're looking like directly over the surface of like a car or any sort of metal on a hot day. This entire bubble around him is filled with this kind of like distorted looking air.
Well, if we stand inside the bubble, then we're fine. It's not gonna deactivate our magic. It's just no magic can go through it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, then I would stand right beside him.
Okay. I just know there's a particular person in this group that would not be able to stand.
What?
I won't tell anybody anything, but there's a particular... My God, dude. Paint a
I mean,
picture.
It's all right here. We all already know.
Yeah, you've literally
It's Aaron.
mentioned that.
Yeah, like, dude, I'm sitting at 100 wounds right now. Just such.
No, dude, you've had a long rest.
Oh, have we?
Yeah. We just
But
woke
yeah,
up.
you've also pretty much everything you have is based on your magic items.
Yeah,
So-
that's totally true.
It might
Yeah.
be not be a good idea for Aaron to stand inside of the field.
I mean, not everything I have is based on my magic items.
Pretty much, but you imagine that a magical construct wouldn't want to walk inside of an anti-magic field.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, Aaron's gonna stand right here outside the magical field. Y'all can have fun with that shit.
Yeah,
So,
I figured as much.
sally forth. Let's go.
So, all right. So you begin
mean-
making your way over there, and
Unless y'all want to blow it up. We got enough bombs too.
Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna do the Arcanine. I'm just gonna turn invisible. So I'll be invisible. So we'll see Leo.
Okay. So you're invisible, and you begin making your way over to the cave. When you arrive at the cave, Azrael just kind of stops the rest of you and says, "The only thing about my field is that if it is some sort of non-magical explosive, this wouldn't do much to protect us from it. Let me take a look inside." At the very least, if some sort of explosion is to go off, it would be best if not everybody was there. So he takes a few steps forward, peers inside the cave. So, yeah, that was a natural 4 on his perception check. Right whenever he says, "So I think the coast is clear," you hear this large just detonation from inside the mouth of the cave. Geez, he has been loving the natural 4s. He takes 39 points of fire damage. And all you guys see is the outside entrance to the cave just crumbles and collapses, sealing him in.
Oh my god. Dude.
Well, that's unfortunate.
There was no plan for dealing with the trap. Like, honestly, he's just gonna walk in there.
It was some really shitty rolls.
Gavin, you
Really,
and the
really
NPCs that
bad
you send to
rolls.
help us are always bad whenever it comes to doing anything.
If he would have rolled not horrible on his perception check, he would have noticed a bomb.
Right. Could I see him when the explosion was going off?
Yeah.
So, if I'd have been able to see him, I would have cast a spell. I couldn't understand if he was, like, down in the cave or what.
Well, he's actually kind of covered by an anti-magic field right now, but...
Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Not with the spell that I want to cast.
What were you going to cast?
Force Cage.
On him?
Yeah.
Let me look up,
Nothing breaks Force Cage.
well, it says dispel magic. It can't be dispelled. Let me look at the two spells. I'm pretty sure anti-magic field makes it where Force Cage doesn't work, but I will make sure of that.
You
All
could
right.
cast the force cage around the
Hey,
anti-magic
I can tell you
field,
right now,
but
it would get cast. In fact, all of my spells would get cast. Because my spell focus is antithesis. Spells and other magical effects, except those created by an artifact or a deity, are suppressed in the sphere and can't protrude into it. I use an artifact as my focus.
So technically, my gun would still work.
By an artifact or a deity. Yeah, that would... Your antithesis is an artifact.
And so is my gun. So technically, I wouldn't have no issues either.
You... Because your gun isn't your spellcasting focus, you still wouldn't be able to cast spells into it, but the magical effects of your gun would work.
What spells would I be casting into it?
True, you don't really cast a whole lot of spells. Your magical effects created by that gun and only that gun specifically would work.
Okay then.
So, yes, since that is your focus, your spell, for that reason only, you'd be able to cast Force Cage.
Okay, then that means Aaron would have followed with them. Solomon would have stayed back, but Aaron would have followed with them.
I just figured you'd want to be next to Solomon.
Yeah, Solomon can guard the treasure.
Yeah, so as soon as I heard the explosion and I could see him, I would have tried to cast it. I need a roll for where that was, but basically tried to put a protection around him by casting Force Cage.
Yeah, so roll, and this isn't for combat. This is something new I've decided I'm going to start doing with initiative. Initiative measures the quickness with which you act. So roll initiative.
I have nothing for initiative. All right, sure.
So
Yeah,
Actually,
you
luck
aren't able
point.
to.
Luck
Okay.
point. Forgot to get my luck points back. 12.
That'll do. So you're able to protect him from the majority of the blast. He might have gotten a few scrapes, but none of the falling rubble actually lands on him. In fact, it kind of crumples around the anti-magic, or not the anti-magic field, the force cage, in a way that leaves a small opening above him. So it's kind of like he has a solid wall in front of him and a solid wall behind him, but he's able to get out. He gets up, kind of brushes himself off. Well, that's embarrassing. Thank you for that, Shiziki. However, it's rather curious that you were able to cast a spell into my anti-magic field.
Well, you know how you said you want to be able to counter spellcasters? Well, I can also counter the spellcasters.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'll have to pick your brain about this later. For now, this is not the time. Clearly, whoever was here is not here anymore.
Well, let me ask you this.
Clearly, they were expecting us to come here.
Did you see anything in there beyond the explosion?
I noticed, oddly enough, there were some shell casings that seemed to be inside of this cave. Everything else appears to have been taken with him. I find it rather clumsy that he would leave his shell casings behind. They are of a rather large caliber, I might add.
Let me see one.
I think it would be best if somebody else would have ventured into the cave, as
I got it.
rather embarrassingly set off one of his traps.
Actually, let me...
Aaron?
Yeah, can you send your eye in there? Is there enough room for him to get his little gizmo thing in there, or my arcane eye?
Oh yeah, either of you guys. There's still a good probably 5 to 6 feet of space above the rubble that the cave could be entered through.
Then I'll send my servo in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll help with my eye.
You pull out your golden snitch, hold it in your hand, it starts buzzing like a little fly, the wings start going, it hovers up into the air and enters into the cave.
Alright.
So,
What do I see?
what you see inside of this cave is, again, you do see a few shell casings. You see kind of some disturbed rock where it appears that somebody may have been sitting, and also what appears to be just some discarded food scraps.
That's all I see.
That's all you see. This guy is thorough.
There doesn't look to be much of anything.
How does his shells look compared to, like, Genzo's gun?
They look pretty similar. They're a little more narrow, but a bit longer than the shells that you would expect to find on Genzo's gun. But they're definitely meant for some sort of high caliber rifle.
I'm going to pick up every single shell.
All right, so you get about 4 of them.
Just out of curiosity with my familiarities with weapons and whatnot, can I tell, like, this rifle is meant to be like a long-distance sniper rifle? Is it just like
Definitely.
something
Just
that...
from your interaction with Genzo, you can tell this is meant to be for a long-range, high-powered rifle.
Okay. If that's the case, looking back, did I get a good view of his gun during the scry spell?
You said you were studying every detail of him while you were scrying him, so I would say yeah.
Okay. I just want to kind of take a look and see what exactly it is we're dealing with here. And when Aaron comes back, I'm gonna show him something.
All right. Yeah, he comes back and the servo's still out. He's just back into consciousness because he can hear.
Yeah, it's just like a familiar. You can see and hear through its
Like,
sense.
he said it's picking up all the shells. I don't know if his servo could pick up the shells. I assume that meant
It can
he went
pick
in
up
there.
one thing at a time, but it has a little claw attachment, like a very small claw attachment meant for gripping like very light objects. But he would have been able to have had it over a few trips bring all the shells back.
Yeah, I will take out Antithesis, which was in the form of the bow, and I will make it into the shape of the gun that I saw to see if the shells and that gun match and see what the fuck kind of gun I'm holding, to be honest.
So you cause Antithesis to morph, and it turns into a gun that, if you thought Genzo had a large weapon, this gun is probably about 1.5 of you. This is about an 8-foot gun, probably extremely long. Obviously not meant to be used on the move, but definitely a very powerful rifle that could be used for picking people off from a distance. The barrel is much skinnier, but it's got a very large scope on it, and you see that it's almost got a couple of like accelerator attachments on each side of the barrel that you wouldn't know this, but Aaron would recognize to commonly be an attachment on a sort of rail gun that's meant to kind of magnetically pull a projectile through this barrel in order to increase its velocity.
Is Shiziki I can't speak today.
Sorry, that's how I was last session, so.
Is he telling me the description of this?
Yeah,
weapon?
you see it. I'm
Showing
showing
you.
it to you.
He turns Antithesis into it.
Oh. Huh. Hey,
And this is an advanced weapon, the likes you've never seen. Whoever designed this gun definitely has some engineering prowess. Probably spent some time with the gnomes, you would conjecture. Because this sort of weaponry, this is even more advanced than anything you'd find in gear.
Aaron's gonna pull out his vape, kind of take a couple hits off, and go, "If we find this motherfucker, I'm stealing his gun."
Just out of curiosity, I mean, this seems so advanced and rare and obscure. I mean, have we ever heard of, seen of anything in previous wars, battles, something where a weapon like this has like been a part of?
No, you haven't.
All right. I do want to take a quick look at the scorch marks on the ground where the trail ended, and just see what could have caused those scorch marks.
Yeah, roll an Arcana check.
So it was a spell that did it. I already know. Okay.
Can I roll one too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I should
So you
definitely
don't know
roll
anything.
One. Hold on. Yep. Definitely need to roll this. God, fuck.
Why are you rolling with disadvantage on Arcana?
Because he has a level of exhaustion.
Wait, who does? Why?
I do.
Shiziki does.
For what?
Because of those potions that we drink in the necropolis.
How
Part of
many
the-
exhaustion points did you already have?
It didn't
He
have
had
any,
one, but
yeah.
when it ended, he gained another level and then got back the one that he had.
And the
So
reason
remember-
why I don't
So
have
he was
one
at
is
2
because
levels.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
exhausted,
yeah.
drank the potions, lost my exhaustion. The potions ended because they got dispelled, so I still have a point of exhaustion, basically.
And the reason why I don't have the exhaustion is because I lost mine and was exhausted during the battle. That's why I was rolling most of my shit with disadvantage during the battle and fucking my character over.
Yeah. So listening to their conversation,
Let me
Could I-
tell Aaron what he can glean from this first. So, luckily, you have a plus 11 to your Arcana.
could I make an
And-
Arcana check?
Yeah, sure, you can make one.
Okay, yeah, keep going with what you were saying.
So, the biggest thing you recognize and that occurs to you is, while there's definitely some magic behind this is a hybrid device that was able to accomplish this, fueled by both technology and magic. While it does utilize basically the sort of type of spatial magic that one would need to utilize in order to teleport, it clearly has some sort of technology behind it too, as no teleportation device or no teleportation spell that you're aware of would leave any sort of explosion or scorch mark behind upon its activation.
Kind of like he used the gun to teleport.
Kind of like he used some sort of device that kind of married technology and magic together.
Yeah, Aaron wants to hunt him down even more just to torture him to see what he knows and get all of his information out of him.
All right, folks, we're sitting out here out in the open. I said let's get back to the ship. We need to at least try and find the thing that Wilhelm wanted us to look for.
Yeah, he wants schematics, so let's go back to his room
Well, his workshop is where he said his
or his
schematics.
workshop. So let's go.
All right, if everybody could just stand by me. Azrael says, he says, since I've been there now, I should be able to get us there rather accurate.
Just don't fuck it up.
Well, I will do my best not to. I do apologize for that little bit of embarrassment there.
Again, don't fuck this up.
Oh yeah, that'll do. So he teleports you, and you guys all end up right back inside of Dorian's room.
All right.
Before we disperse and go to different places, I just want to recast Arcane Eye, and I didn't really get to see, or you didn't tell me what I might have seen when I was going through, but I want to take a look at the teleportation circle with the Arcane Eye, not me, and just see if it's rigged, if it's trapped, what's up with it.
Well, so the teleportation circle is just kind of has its own dedicated room, not much bigger than like a walk-in closet, but you have to open a door to get to the teleportation circle.
So,
I'm gonna send my servo out to the outside of the ship to see how badly it's damaged.
Make a perception check for your server.
Yeah, I don't know his perception, so I'm just gonna roll a d20.
I think it's your perception.
Oh, it's my perception?
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's your perception.
Okay. Come on, high number. Damn it. I'm really bad at
No,
perception.
there appears to be what looks like some like small holes that are punched into the ship, but that's all you're really able to discern from that.
Aaron, before you
Yeah.
go taking a look around, I talked to Wilhelm last night, so I wanted to try and convey everything that was spoken about, but we kind of got rushed into this. He did tell me that the Gambit, which is the ship, something was going on with the engine room. Like, he thought it might have been messed with or sabotaged. He wasn't sure, but considering everything else we found out, so I don't think it's the outside you need to take a look at. I think there's probably something going on in the engine room.
Well, how about you go look for a schematics and I'll go see if I can fix or repair or
Well,
deal with that.
before we split up, like, that means somebody was there. I'd really like it if we could at least make sure it's not trapped and there's no explosives or anything. You've seen what happens. If one of us goes off on our own and something happens, it could be an issue. Let's make sure that the ship is safe, and then I'm all for divide and conquer.
Can you send your arcane eye out to it?
Sure, I'll send it to... I want to check out the teleportation circle, but I'm pretty sure I can't get to it because the door is locked, or there's a door blocking me. In fact, the door, is there any gap between the bottom of the door and the top, the keyhole, anything like that? I mean, the Arcane Eye can fit into tiny spots.
Maybe half an inch. About no more than you would expect to find at the bottom of any normal door. So, I mean, look at the door to the room that you're in right now, like you, Sean. There's about that much space underneath the door.
You said half an inch?
Probably. Whatever a normal amount of space underneath a door frame would be.
Yeah, half an inch to an inch. Well, the eye is an inch in diameter. So...
Yeah, I'd say it's about a half an inch.
Oh,
So
It's like 7/8 of an inch
Because it's
the
never
eye
a
is an
full.
inch.
I'm looking at my door right now. There is not a full inch underneath the door.
Maybe
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm not. No, we're not gonna get measuring tape or anything like that. I'm not doing
I
that.
don't know.
Actually, Gavin, a normal doorway gap is actually 2 inches.
There's
I just measured
not.
that shit.
I'm looking at the door right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. We're gonna have
No,
to go
I'm
over
just
the
gonna say
code
no. I'm just gonna say
Okay.
no.
because I have a bedroom door where my cat can crawl up underneath.
Yeah, I don't know how breezy it is over at your place, Brandon. Because I mean, you're probably one of them gas station bathrooms is what you're measuring, where like the door closes and there's like that giant gap that people can see in you. See you doing your business.
I also live in a basement. None of the wall level in my fucking house.
Okay.
In the basement.
Here's what I'm gonna do if we can take a moment.
So here's what we're gonna do with the rest of this session. We're gonna talk about building codes.
Right.
Oh, I promise you, if my basement got inspected by somebody, we'd be fucked.
Velastrios, you seem to have a way to be able to see through doors, I thought, at the necropolis. Is that still true if we need to try and look through a door without opening it?
Depends on the door.
I don't know what the
I
parameters
think it's
are
like
for your
3
thing.
feet of wood that you can look through, isn't it?
No, it's 5 feet of wood, 1 foot of metal,
Yeah,
1
this
inch
is.
of lead.
I don't think these doors are 3 feet thick, so.
Or 5 feet thick.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah.
I don't suppose you could take a look through some of these doors to see if there's any traps or riggings that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, Gavin, you want me to just make one big perception check?
Persuade the door to tell you what's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, perception check.
Perception. Oh man, but that's the one skill I don't have double proficiency for a plus 19 in.
So you look through this door, and I mean, there's a pressure sensitive explosive
Now remember,
directly on top of the teleportation circle.
Now remember, I have a my perception check is a plus 11, but my passive perception is a 26.
Either one you'd see the same thing. You look through the door, and yeah, there's expecting that you guys would appear on the teleportation circle. There is a rather large explosive rigged to a pressure plate that encompasses the entirety of the teleportation circle.
So Velasquez will walk up to the door, this door, and then, or he'll walk up to a couple doors and be like, nothing, big ass bomb. Then he'll just skip over that door to the next one. Nothing in here.
What about the engine room?
Yeah, I'll let your roll go for the engine room as well. There is an explosion. There's an explosive rigged to the doorknob on the inside of the engine room.
Yep, another explosion, or another bomb.
Just out of curiosity, how hard is it to disarm that? Is it just to the doorknob? Like
it's on the inside doorknob.
Right. I got
and you're
that.
kind of wondering how he would have even gotten out of that room.
I'm not too worried about that. So the engine room also has the little gap at the bottom, right?
It does.
Okay. Velasquez, if you could tell me, does it look like if we just cut that line or anything, that we'd be at least able to open the door without setting off the bomb?
Roll an insight check.
You mean intelligence?
No,
yeah,
like insight.
Insight on this. Just because
plus
you.
11 too. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
These plus 11s are good though. You imagine that if that line were to just be snipped, I mean, you would think that opening the door would end up doing that anyway. So you would imagine that just clipping that line would probably set it off.
I don't know. Opening the door, pull on the line is what I'm saying. I'm trying to say if I took it off from the doorknob, it wouldn't pull or whatever the door.
Is there any way you could actually kind of cut a hole in the door?
I can get on the other side of the door. That's not a problem. So I'm trying to figure out the easiest way I could take it off because I'm a little tired right now and I don't want to do anything complicated.
I mean, if you can get me inside the rooms, I can just.
I can get myself in the room. I can't get you inside the room.
Oh wait, never mind. I can.
Oh yeah, you have warp shot, man. Don't you got a
Well,
gun that teleports
He
you
has to
places?
be able to see and physically
Okay.
strike the surface he's moving to.
I'm gonna lay down on the ground, put my head on the floor, look through the crack of the door, put the gun in there, and shoot to the wall.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
I was honestly gonna do the same exact thing, but cast Far Step. Like I was just gonna look through it and cast Far because it just has to be a place I can see.
I just figured that Aaron was gonna go into ethereal form, but yeah. So you do it.
I forgot I can like phase through fucking walls. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go in the ethereal form and phase through the fucking wall. It'll be a hole here, and then I don't have to worry about missing my shot.
Yeah. So you walk through the door and you see it. Roll a tinkering check. This isn't to physically detach it, but this is just for you to come up with the idea for how to detach it without setting it up.
Okay. Oh fuck. +6. So that's a 12.
You gather if by some way, when you untie it from the doorknob, if you could keep it from applying any tension, that would keep it from setting off, but it's up to you to figure out how you're going to accomplish that. There's a number of things in the room that you could tie the string to.
Yeah, I'm gonna find something to tie the string to that's gonna have the same amount of tension and tie it to it and hope for the best.
Aaron, would you like a hand in there?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do, and I'm gonna cast look down into the room and cast Far Step and teleport in there.
All right. Roll. You know what? If you would like to say that you were assisting Aaron, I will let him make another tinkering check.
Yeah, I'm gonna be assisting him in this.
All right, Aaron, make another tinkering check.
Is Philia not with us?
No, she is not. She stayed with Wilhelm.
Woo! 28.
So yeah, you you see exactly. You notice that there's kind of like coming off of the engine, kind of a pole that is kind of attached to like a rotating gear system, which causes the engine to turn and whir. You imagine that you could detach that line from the doorknob and tie it around this pole, and that would keep the explosive from going off.
Okay, that's what I do.
All right, Shiziki, are you helping him?
Yeah, I'm not just gonna stand there while there's a big ass bomb.
All right.
Like,
So Aaron, make a dexterity, just a straight dexterity check with advantage.
All right. I got a 12.
Yeah, I need you guys to roll dexterity saving throws.
Did it fucking explode, really? God damn it. Alright.
Is Celia still out in the hallway?
She is.
Yep.
Is she still invisible?
She is.
I will stare at Celia and I'll just say, I'm sure they'll be okay.
is that dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
You know, as much as everybody shits on
God, I had a
me,
natural 19 too.
Calistar, he is a very smart and
Do
innovative.
you have? I don't
know,
think you have
opinion and
disadvantage on
artifact.
saves. I think it's just ability checks.
Oh, you know what? I think that's right. So yeah, it'll be a 19.
Well, no, re-roll it. Because there's no way of knowing.
It dropped a 19.
Yeah, but then that effectively gives you advantage
That's
if I
like
just let you
triple
take the 19.
disadvantage.
If we were playing in person, then I could have just go with whatever your first roll was.
Fine, it's
But
a
I can't
19.
do that. All right, you're both good. As soon as you guys are kind of just taking the string and trying to keep the exact same amount of tension on it, but suddenly, Aaron, you find your grip kind of slips, and you're just like, "Oh shit!" And the cable immediately just gets retracted, kind of into the bomb, and you have enough time to say, "Shit," part of shit, before boom.
I want to recast Force Cage.
Around the bomb.
However, you did succeed, so you all take 35 points of fire damage.
Ow.
And there's now a giant hole in the side of Wilhelm's ship.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I'm gonna open the door, walk out covered in soot, and go. Black cloud. I think it blew it up.
Aaron, I thought you were supposed to be good with this sort of stuff.
Listen.
Celio, I digress my previous statement.
And then the reality of it hits you that, shit, one of the engines of Wilhelm's ship is now destroyed, and this ship isn't going anywhere now.
Phenomenal.
All right. I'm gonna go fix that.
Well, we still need to deal with the thing on the teleportation circle. If we can at least fix that, it makes it easier for us to come back out here, or whomever needs to be able to fix the ship. I don't know how long it'll take us to try and get this up and running.
Okay. Well, then I will go disarm that bomb.
Yay!
You guys suddenly, you guys hear footsteps behind you coming down the corridor.
Guns.
What's his name?
Oh, they're already gone.
What was that Warforge's name?
I'm gonna send out my servo to go
Iron
check out
Hoof.
the footsteps.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check out. I'm gonna send my servo out to go check out the footsteps.
All right.
Does it sound like a mechanical footstep?
It sounds like every footstep is kind of a thud.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
heavy footstep.
Yep. Having servo go check.
When the servo goes around the corner, you see what looks to be about a 7 to 7.5 foot tall being that has kind of like this synthetic, like muscly, sinewy tissue that kind of connects various stone and metal plates. This
Do I
individual,
recognize it?
you recognize this as a Warforged.
Do I recognize what Warforged it is?
You do not recognize the individual.
Hey guys, we got a Warforged.
Well, ask him what his name is. That might be the guy that we were looking for.
All right, I'm gonna speak through the servo. Hey, so how are you? I'm Aaron.
I'm very scared. What is going on?
I'm gonna phase through until I actually meet my servo.
Who are you? Please do not kill me.
I don't plan on killing you. The name's Aaron Black. I'm a part of the 7 Deadly Sin.
I've heard tales.
I'm a friend of Wilhelm's.
You mean the mage?
Yes, the mage.
I don't know what happened to him. He told me to hide, and I did. But then whenever
Okay. Yes,
I
we
was
have
told to
Wilhelm.
wait.
Listen, shh. It's okay. We have Wilhelm. He's fine. But we were looking for you. He told us to come save you. But the problem is we now blew the ship up by accident. So we got to fix that before anything. But good to know you're safe. I have others with me that were here that are also Wilhelm's friends. We're here to collect you and take you back to Wilhelm.
I just want to be able to relax. I've spent the entirety of my life running from the Collectorate, and I just want it to end.
We all want it to end, trust me. It's okay. We got you. Don't worry.
Thank you. I do
You're welcome.
appreciate your help.
Now, you know anything about building an engine?
I know, despite my appearance, one might expect for me to have some degree of tinkering knowledge, but I have not had the experience. I apologize. I do not have the expertise.
It's okay.
And
It's okay. It doesn't matter.
we're not going to be able to rebuild the engine and everything now. We're going to have to get
Okay.
supplies. We're going to have to get tools. We just need to
Well,
deal with that teleportation circle for the moment.
right. Okay. So, you're going to come back with me, and we're going to get out of here. Okay?
Uh, uh, yes, thank you. What do you suggest I do with my appearance? Typically, I have been met with fear and disdain. Can you guarantee that the individuals that you will be introducing me to will not give me such a reception?
They're not going to kill you. They're not going to hurt you. I promise. You have my word.
Thank you.
And I kind of go back and lead them back to the rest of the party.
So, you guys see this 7.5 foot tall warforge, kind of a bulkier warforge. You can tell was meant or designed to definitely be for the purposes of warfare. Um,
Think I found what Wilhelm told us to go get.
Yeah, well, we also need to grab his schematics, if we can.
Yeah, do you know where those might be by any chance?
I do, but we've been trying to run around here. In fact, why don't I take a look for those first before we set off another bomb? So, I will go to Wilhelm's room, or wherever it was he told me, and go to the library and pull the lever.
all right.
I was going to do that before, then we were teleporting off, so...
So you do, and you find and you don't know how, but this guy knew apparently where Wilhelm kept his schematic, and you find that his schematics have all been taken.
Oh, anything good, Shiziki?
By good, the worst case scenario, yeah.
Awesome. I'm gonna go try to disable the bomb. Thanks.
How about I come help you again?
Okay, let's hope we don't die.
Alright, so just to be clear, I don't even think I had anything in my room. I don't even think I even left anything in the chest. But, I mean, there's nothing in his secret compartments, anything like that. There's nothing at all.
First off, how much platinum did everybody leave on this ship?
I didn't leave, like, any. I had all my stuff on me.
Yeah.
You said all mine was there, so ha!
Yeah, because I was, like, trying to leave some on the ship, and then we went to Sea Shroud, and it was just like, oh, well, we're gonna go shopping. I'm like, okay, well, I'm just gonna carry it all on me then, because I can't keep going back and forth to the ship.
Wait, never mind. Mine's not on Wilhelm's ship.
Where was yours?
Mine's on the freaking skiff that me and Felio were riding around on.
Oh, that's right.
Mine's on the skiff in the freaking city.
Something else that you guys also noticed, one of these skiffs, and well, because you guys currently have the black ship, he kind of had his skiffs color coded. The red one is gone.
Didn't he have, like, a GPS locating system of where the skiffs are?
He did have some way of tracking them.
He also had has auto recall on him too, so you can bring him back.
Can I go press
that
the
has
auto?
to be activated from that ship, though.
Oh, I thought it could be done by the mothership.
No, it has to be activated from the skiff.
Alright, let's go work on the bomb to the teleportation room.
Alright. With advantage.
Yes,
Well,
being helped.
I guess I still have far step up, so we'll do the same thing. We teleport into the room, he phases through.
Alright,
So
21. Oh no,
Yeah,
it's plus 6.
So it's
Yeah,
27.
27. So you're able to, and you mess with the pressure plate very delicately, and you're able to remove this small little piece of metal from underneath the pressure plate that you could tell was kind of the trigger, which would set off the reaction that would light the bomb. Um, Granted, you don't test it, but you are like 99% certain that if you stepped on that plate right now, the bomb would not go.
All right, I defused it. We're good.
Well, let's take it apart, man. There's probably we're gonna have to teleport some people and parts in here later on to be able to fix this thing. 'Cause
All right,
we're
I
not
take
gonna
it
be able to
apart.
fix it now.
I take it apart. Completely disabled the entire thing.
All right. And you now, the entire detonation device and the explosive are separated.
And I put it all in my bag of holding.
All right, so you can add a
Oh, I gotta
pressure
add a
plate
lot.
trigger mechanism and a large explosive.
And I would
And
like
Okay,
however
to.
by
many
the way,
large explosives you've acquired.
how many bombs? How much shit did I? How many bombs and stuff did I add from deactivating the time bomb?
So did you guys went back and
No, I collected all
gathered
that shit.
the?
I did collected
Okay.
all that shit when I defused it.
So let me pull up Wilhelm's inventory that I had on his ship, because it would have been the entirety of every explosive that he had on his ship that would have been in there.
Oh yeah, please just make me a freaking thing so I can just click and drag.
Yeah, you would have had some boom blasters and some swoon booms and some bombs that would have been there. And I'll
Yeah,
just add the entirety of it.
Yeah, just add the entirety of it to my freaking list.
Will
Okay.
do.
I want to have Celia, while we're doing this, just do a quick perimeter look around, basically turn invisible, and go fly around the ship and the area right around us. See if she sees anything, anybody, any tracks, just anything out of the ordinary.
You want her to go outside the ship?
Yeah. So while
Okay.
we're working on this second bomb on the teleportation circle, she's going to go and just do a perimeter sweep again, basically.
And is she looking at the ship too?
Just everything that's out there. Mostly to
All
see, like, anything that Wilhelm or this other guy might have left behind outside the ship, anything like that.
So Wilhelm has an amulet telepathy, right?
No.
I thought he did have one to talk to us.
He's got some crazy ass magic that he can do.
Oh, but Philia does.
Feely does, and she's with him, yeah.
Hey, Philia. So tell him that we found his wharf buddy. Tell Wilhelm we found his wharf buddy. Tell him I blew up one of the engines on his ship by accident. And we can't find the schematics. But we did find a Warforge. And the teleportation circle has been... There's no bomb on it now. But it is still active. It is still probably workable. We just haven't tested it yet. But yeah, it's going to be... But most of this ship was pretty much scavenged of everything. Not everything. There's... I mean, I think all of our chests were hidden. And all the stuff is on this skiff that you flew me and you on. So
Actually, I'm curious. He seems to kind of have something a little personal to me a little bit through that thing. I'm gonna go take a look in my chest to see what's up with that.
All right, what are you looking for?
Well, first, I don't know. I'm just curious. I actually have this, and I hadn't used it before, but I'm going to take out the Wand of Secrets in my room, and I'm going to use a charge from it. So if there's a secret door or trap within 30 feet of me, the wand will pulse at the nearest one to me. So I want to know if there's any traps in my room.
Okay, that's a neat, nifty little toy to have.
I've had it ever since we left Sea Shroud, I think. Never once had that point to be able to use it.
Okay, so yeah, you pull out the Wand of Secrets in your room, And yeah, the Wand of Secrets, it was in your chest, right?
No, I had it on me.
You had it on you. Okay. Well, that's why I asked. Yeah, your personal chest is trapped.
What do you know? Okay.
That's why I asked. Oh, did you get it out of your chest?
No, I
Oh, well,
got
that's
it out to
kinda
check to see
counterproductive.
if my chest was trapped. Phenomenal. Okay. So, Aaron, there's some more traps around here, just so you know, Aaron and Velastros. So, apparently the chest in my room is also trapped.
Well, nothing was trapped in my room for the sheer fact of it was locked.
Well, I
Like
think
crazy.
this dipfuck over here really doesn't like me, so he put an extra special thing in my room. Also, did Celial see anything outside?
Roll a perception check for him.
Would you like me to come disarm that trap?
Well, we can try.
Investigation roll?
She has plus 11 for perception, so it's a 23. And I'd say for the
Alright.
sake of saying, she's also looking at the outside of the ship to see if there's any more traps, bombs, etc.
You hear her, and she looks at you and says, so the rest of you might want to conclude your business in there rather quickly, as there's some sort of ticking device that is lining the outside of the ship, burrowed inside of the wall.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! Aaron's literally gonna face through the wall, go straight to it, and I'm going to roll to defuse it.
All right. Make a tinkering check.
19.
That's a 19. That was literally the DC. So you do it, and it occurs to you that in about 30 seconds, the rest of you guys might not have been in very good health.
I got it, guys.
So, just out of curiosity, how Velastros wasn't able to see this when he was going from room to room, taking a look around?
This was on the outside of the ship.
And again, I'm taking all the parts and putting them in my bag.
All right. Yeah, you get about 8 different explosives from that.
Awesome. Me and you are definitely gonna have to get together and actually do all this shit because
How many fucking bombs does this guy put on the ship?
Enough.
Okay, so Celial, if you could please come to me, and there wasn't anything outside around the ship, like around outside where the scuffle might have been or anything like that.
Let's see. Her roll was
23.
23. There is something that might be of use to you. She does notice a patch of ground where this all likely occurred, and you see some scattered drops of blood.
So do I know anything weird about these bombs or different or anything like that?
You notice they're very well made, but other than that, no.
Hey,
Okay.
Suzuki,
Yeah.
these are like master crafted shit, like shit that me and Genzo would be able to make. This guy seems like it's gonna be fun to deal with.
Yeah. I'm cool with going after this guy, but right now I really just want to make sure that the ship isn't gonna blow up. So,
I mean, I'm doing the best. I'm gonna send my server out to check for traps.
and I want to.
I'll just go ahead and tell you. You guys have found all the traps in this place.
Oh, thank
Either
God.
found or activated.
So my,
One way or another.
I'm the only one that had a chest that was trapped.
Yeah, seems so.
All right. I want Celia to come into my room, help me out right quick, and take a look to see if it's the opening of the chest that will probably set it off. Or actually, I'll just use the wand to like really locate. Does it look like I'd be able to like pick up the chest, or is it like if I open the chest?
You wouldn't really know. You might want to call in an expert.
I'll come in there and check it out.
What are you talking? I got my wand of secrets. I'm gonna use another charge and like get it real close to the chest to see where exactly the trap is.
I'm not sure if that's within the capabilities of that item.
The
I
wand
think
pulses
I'm-
and points at the nearest one to you.
Yeah,
Like,
so
it
at the very,
locates it in.
you know, it'd be able to sell like, oh yeah, that's trapped, but
Whatever.
it's not going to tell you whether to cut, you know, the blue or the red
Well,
wire.
I'm gonna ask Celiel to take a look at this because I'm tired, and see if she
21.
can see.
21. So you imagine, with some care,
Well, Celiel's
could
helping him, so he
probably-
can roll with advantage, or she'll roll.
his current roll's already high enough.
Whatever. Fine.
You imagine you could pick up the chest without setting off the bomb, but you might want to walk slowly with it and just hope you don't trip.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just gonna disarm it.
Well, I would like to just take it out of the ship so it doesn't blow up and do more damage than what we've already done. We can just pick it up, take it out, diffuse it
Okay,
there.
we'll pick it up, take it outside, and then we'll explode it.
Celiel, if you would, please. I don't. I think you're the best one to be able to handle this.
Yes, of course.
So Celiel will carry it out of the ship, out into the field.
Make a strength check for Celiel. Just hoping she doesn't get a nat 1. Alright, she's good. She picks it up rather gingerly and walks very slowly with it, taking each step very softly and with caution until she gets it outside and lightly places it on the ground.
And to disarm it,
Well, no. Okay.
That's a 14.
yeah.
You could just wait for us to help you, my man.
Yeah, you can
Well, I
roll with
figured Celia
advantage.
was there.
Yeah,
Okay.
roll with advantage.
I figured Celia was there, so she'd be helping me. Oh, hold on. 7 plus 5 plus 6.
18.
7 yeah,
That'll
18.
work.
Awesome.
The DC was 15. So, thankfully you had that advantage.
Yeah.
So what is in my chest?
I don't know what you put in it.
No, I mean, like, he put a trap in there. There shouldn't be anything in my chest. Like, from what I put in. What did he put in to trap it?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of a smaller but a similar type of explosive, though he clearly made a few modifications to this one. There appears to be some metal cartridges with a rather advanced looking design, almost like 4-pronged ninja stars, except there's no curve. It's just like a quadruple syringe made completely of metal that seems to have some very, very nasty looking liquid in it. Seems as though whenever he set this,
I'm going to very carefully take it, put it into a small leather pouch, and then put that little pouch into the bag of clothing.
Okay. Yeah, it seems as though he made that one specially for you, where most of those other explosives appeared to be for the purpose of like demolition. This one he designed to kill you,
Hey, Aaron,
and knowing that that's what it would take.
you can keep all the explosives that we found today, but can I get those poison stars back?
Can I do some testing and make sure that they're what they are and see what they are, and then I'll give them straight
We got
to
a lot
you.
of stuff that, like poisons and whatnot, that go test and do. We can add that to the list. But whenever it's all said and done, I'd like those back if I could.
Oh yeah, of course.
So
Cool.
add to your inventory, and you're adding things as I'm telling you to add them, right? Because there's no way I'm going to remember all. It's up to you.
Yeah, I've been writing all this shit down.
Okay. Add
then-
8 shrapnel syringes.
8.
And then I'm
But
gonna go.
you can tell this
Sorry,
man
go.
is a very, very skilled assassin. He knows what it takes to kill people.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm gonna go to where Celio saw the blood and stuff, and I'm just gonna go gather that up. I'm gonna just pick it off the grass and throw it in a vial.
Okay. So you have, let's just say 2 vials of bloody mud.
All right. So shall we go back?
Yeah, I think we really ought to.
All right. Sounds good. Let's go back.
Of course, if everybody could gather around,
Yep.
Azrael says.
There wasn't anything
So-
else we needed to do or take a look at here, was there?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So be it. Let's do the thing.
All right. So he mutters an arcane incantation, and you find yourself standing back in the med tent of Galberg. And at first, Wilhelm kind of jumps up, like, "What did you find?" And like grips his abdomen.
Wilhelm. I'll tell you what we did find. We found your warforged.
Iron Hoof. Thank the gods.
I'm not gonna tell you what other we found because your ship needs some.
I see, and my schematics.
That's why she said nothing at all.
This is troubling. They could use my inventions against the rest of you. If something were to happen to you for using something that I invented, I could never forgive myself.
Wilhelm, I'm gonna tell you this right now. With the bombs and the explosives and all the crazy shit that I just went disarmed, got blown up on me, and all that, I want to hunt him down and torture him just for the sheer fact of learning what he knows. I'm gonna be okay.
Well, keeping in mind, whatever you designed, we can always just tell us what it was. Perhaps
If you truly did not find
I'm gonna pull out one of the
anything
ninja star things and go, "Hey, Wilhelm, do you recognize this?"
I've never seen anything like it, but
It was in Shizuki's chest.
it clearly was designed with one purpose in mind, and
Yeah,
that if it is flung by some means, since there are 4 prongs, you are much more likely to hit a target with an end that could envenomate them. I assume that would be the idea for the design.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying, yeah, put it away. Let's see if Okay.
Aaron,
That's nothing that
there's people here
I've
we can
ever
talk
made.
to about that. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, Philia, you sound like you were trying to say something.
if there's a way that you could tell us what is I'm sure you've decided
There were a couple more Arcanobots that I'd drawn up schematics for and had begun construction on. One of them was a sort of drone, a small, almost not completely unlike your servo, Aaron, but slightly larger, but with the ability to go invisible for the purpose of scouting. Um, if they are able to build that, it would be much easier for them to keep tabs on whoever it is that they may want to investigate. The most
How?
troubling part, Shiziki, is if you remember in my conversation with you back at the tournament when I was helping you craft your potion. Do you remember what it was that we talked about?
Well, we talked about a few things, but yeah.
So you remember the self-replicating drone that I was designing that could build more of itself.
Yeah, that's why we're funding that.
Well, they have that schematic too. Which means
Now,
that they
Wilhelm,
could possibly gain access to a potentially unlimited number of foot soldiers if they
you
were to repurpose its
told
design.
me when we talked about this that you didn't even have plans written down that people could figure out. It was in your mind and in your mind only, which is because I remember saying I didn't want that technology falling in somebody else's hands. and you said it would die with you. Are you telling me you wrote down everything so that somebody else could figure out how to build these from your plans?
I'd only written down some of the details. It's not a full design, but if this man is as adept with engineering as it seems he is, I wonder if it would be possible for him to fill in the blanks.
Well, let me ask you this. I
No,
mean,
no, no. Could you perhaps not feel not make this dead man feel guilty?
I'm not trying to make him feel guilty. I wanted to know if they had the entirety of the plans.
They help all plans. Simply it, not I.
Some basic designs. I don't believe any typical person could make any sense of it. And it's not the full designs, but you must understand, in order for me to build something like this, I have to put it down in a
Yeah,
concrete format.
that makes sense. I'm sorry if I jumped the gun a little bit here. But the question is, someone of this magnitude, of having this skill set, seems it would be rare to come across, and typically those people I would imagine would roll in smaller circles. I mean, have you ever heard of anyone with these types of capabilities that rival yours?
Only among the gnomes.
I think what we need to do, Shiziki, we need to go to Geardale.
Wait, pause. Gavin, were you drinking a beer?
I was.
Alright. Well, let me ask you this, Wilhelm. The ship is in disarray, as much as I hate to say it. One of the bombs that we tried to disarm out of all the bombs on the ship still went off and destroyed a portion of the engine room. Do you want to get back over there and begin to work on it?
If only for the sheer fact that it pains me to think of somebody else somehow acquiring my most prized creation. If there was some way that we could ward it, or protect it, prevent other people from entering my ship, then it could be delayed for another time.
Well,
I just
we have the
cannot
most
think of how
powerful
that would-
mercenary guild here with us. I can go have a word with the commander and send people there to watch over it now. If that's what you want, I'll go ahead and set that in motion.
If you could do that for me, Shiziki, I would be very grateful. And then I would feel no need to return to my ship. You have one of my sky skiffs, thankfully, here with you. So our means of transportation is not gone.
Alright. Stay
Well,
here, rest, and I'll send people to go make sure that the Gambit is watched over until you're ready to go back to it.
And tell them there if any food stores or any places they would like to sleep within the ship, as long as you're certain the ship is now safe, they are more than welcome to during their watch of my ship.
Wow, I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yeah, you're gonna take that hug. You're gonna take
Oh,
it
yeah?
real good.
You might even see a little blush on the side of Shaz there, which never happens. Just so caught off guard by that. All right.
Well, Shiziki,
Yes.
there's only one issue. We're going to Geardale.
Wait, what's the issue?
Yeah, there's one issue.
Mm-hmm.
The gnomes aren't really liking to other people.
Are you talking about my lost lore thing?
Well, yeah, I
That I
figured
posted?
Aaron would know
So
a
the
little bit.
gnomes are reclusive, and it's rare to see, though not impossible, it is rare to see a gnome outside of Geardale. But despite all their precautions that they take, they kind of live in a domed city. They're actually kind of friendly when it comes to strangers. They just don't want you. They're Well, they're friendly when it comes to strangers, but they've become this way because they're not exactly the most physically mighty of races, which they have more than compensated for in a lot of other ways. But they're that way out of necessity, but they don't inherently mistrust strangers, and outsiders are allowed to visit the city.
All right.
And
How long has the time passed? Like, what we've been doing all this thing? Because I know they were gonna have a meeting about what was going on.
It's been probably about a couple hours. You might be a few minutes late.
Okay. Yeah. So, should we go to this meeting, find out what the plan of action here is? Because I had to talk to the commander anyway about sending people to Wilhelm's ship.
I'm gonna stay with Wilhelm and talk with him.
Okay.
I'm gonna start making my way towards wherever the meeting is, and as I'm walking, I'm gonna reach into my bag and I'm gonna swap out my amulet of telepathy to the one that's attached to
Okay.
Vark.
So as you're walking out, before you walk out, Wilhelm weakly says, Shiziki,
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you're about to do for me.
I don't think anything of it, Wilhelm. Look, if you want to make it up to me, get rest and get better soon.
I will. And I will never, ever allow myself to be caught off guard like this again.
No, you won't, because I'm gonna make sure you're more protected now than you've ever been before.
Thank you.
Yep, and I will make my way. And I will swap amulets and try and get a hold of Vark.
All right. So you get in touch with them, and yeah, you are now mentally connected to Vark.
Vark, you there?
Ah, Shiziki, my friend. What can I do for you?
I've got some good news and some horrible news. So the good news is we've been making some progress on my end for the same thing I sent you out there for. The bad news is they know you're there.
What?
They've made you. So whatever you're doing right now, you probably need to stop and you need to go into hiding.
Yes, I will. I'll
Are you
I'll leave
somewhere safe
immediately.
right now?
Well, I don't know if you consider a sewer to be safe, but that's where I am currently.
Look, I don't know when I'm going to be able to talk to you next. Things are happening very quickly over here. But can you give me a quick report? What have you found over there?
So, I've been working with an agent who claimed that he sought to dismantle the what the fucking hell? My brain. The Hands of Fates. In fact, he left a short time ago. He said he was going on an excursion, but would be back. And he said that all would be taken care of when he arrived. I'm not sure what he meant by it.
Yeah,
This man claimed his name was Voltaire. He seemed trustworthy.
oh no, Voltaire is bad. Oh, so very, very bad. Anything that you have told him, you have told to the enemy.
Well, I haven't given. Wait, the enemy?
Oh yeah.
He claimed he was from Gaia. And
That was a lie.
I haven't told him anything crucial, okay? I swear. All he knows is that I was here to investigate. That is it. However, I can tell you that Relicanter has some means of dimensional travel, as he commonly makes his way between here and the far plane. That is all I know. Or not the far plane, from the Shadowfell. Between here and the Shadowfell, that is all I know. But he has something in the works over in that realm.
Yeah, I have some air familiarity with that. Is there anything else you can tell me about what's going on over in where you're at in Gilstead?
In Gilstead, this is where the bulk of their agents meet and are distributed across the multiple kingdom of Alarath. However, I have discovered something troubling, Shiziki, and that is they have many changelings as well as doppelgangers within their ranks. More troubling to me, surprisingly, than the changelings is the doppelgangers. Those are evil creatures. Unfortunately, we are descended from those creatures. We share a common ancestry, but unlike them, we do not crave death and destruction everywhere we go.
I'm
But I
familiar
can
with
tell you,
doppelgangers, right?
you are, and
Okay.
you are aware that changelings and doppelgangers have a common
Yeah,
ancestry.
I just didn't know player
We're
knowledge,
an
character knowledge.
evolutionary split from the
I know
same.
doppelgangers can basically read minds as a
They can
player.
read minds, and they can pretty much do everything that a changeling can do.
Okay.
So they
Alright.
also have limited powers of mind control.
Okay, that's enough for now, Vark, unless there's anything else dire that you need to make sure you tell me.
No, just anywhere you go, keep an ear to the ground for any folklore or legends of any doppelgangers around being seen. From my understanding, nearly every single doppelganger that exists within the entirety of our realm has come under their control. So, needless to say, if you discover a doppelganger anywhere, they are, without a doubt, working with the hands of fate.
Alright. Go somewhere, hide somewhere, get out of there. Otherwise, you're in an extreme amount of danger. I don't know when I'll reach out to you again next time, but I say this considering the people that we're dealing with. Well, I'd say a password, but a doppelganger could know the password.
Yeah, they gain the memories of whoever it is they're
Isn't
copying.
this just the most recent memories?
Well, let me see. I just can't believe I know there's another time for this, but
Yeah, they can read surface thoughts.
yeah. So I know there's another time for this, but I find it to be shameful that any changeling would join this organization and work against their own people.
Yeah, I do too, considering this is something that we could have worked together, at least in some regards, instead of attacking each other. Without a doubt. Alright.
You know, if you want to set up a password or a passphrase, I could modify his memory to when you say something that activates like a hidden message in his brain.
Wouldn't he have to be here for that?
Huh?
He's not even in this city.
Oh.
He's over in Gilstead,
Oh, I
which you
thought you
know
were
is
having a
kind
conversation
of
with
like
him right beside us.
it's a jungle side city. It's under
But-
dwarven control, but it's pretty much just a mixture of dwarven and human inhabitants.
My bad. I thought you were having this conversation right beside me. But yeah, I can modify his memory and implant like hidden things into his memory where you could walk up and say like peanut butter is the answer and he'll remember the conversation that you had.
Oh, that
Like,
might come
it's
in
an-
handy for going down the road with the people that we're going to be dealing with.
It's some MLK Ultra stuff, you know, some CIA stuff, you know.
He looks at Shiziki and says, "How do you think this the troubling part, which makes me wonder if there's somebody else that might be working with them that we are all acquainted with. How would this other changeling have known to find me? How would he have even known that I was there? I've been stealing for my entire life, Shiziki. If I don't want to be found, I am very good at not being found. He would have had to have known to look for me. How did he know that?
Well, didn't you come down there with someone else? Where's Shirazzle?
She's around, but as it stands right now, she is in the form of a fly. And damn it, I need to get in touch with her. I cannot leave here without her, okay? When she returns, we will leave.
Did you tell
But
anyone else that you were going there? As far
no,
as I'm aware, only I knew.
Only you. That is it. And Shirazel, but she would not betray us. I have known her for many years. She is very trustworthy. And she is just as much behind the cause as I am.
Alright. Get safe. I'll talk to you soon.
Alright. I will get in touch with you within the next 24 hours, one way or another. She hates it when I call her this, but Shalazel, she will get in touch with you. If you do not hear from us within 24 hours, assume we are dead.
I wish you the best.
Safe travels to you, Shiziki. I hope that we will meet again.
Okay, now I really want to know what the hell this dude is doing. I will swap the amulets back. And just for the sake of it, I'm going to swap my scarves out.
Okay.
I will put the Trider's silk scarf into my bag of holding and take my old scarf from Sea Shroud or from Primralty and put that one back on.
Okay.
And then I'll make my way to the meeting.
Alright. So, who else? I imagine Dorian would be at this too, because he represents the Order of Shield and Light.
Yeah, I'll just be listening in through Shizuki's amulet. If I have anything to say, I'll say it through Shizuki. Actually, I'll send my servo out, so that way if I need to speak, I can speak.
Okay. So, you hear a little buzzing right by you, Shizuki, and you look and you see that it's the very familiar golden snitch of Aaron that's kind of following you over to this meeting.
Yeah, I'm, just for the sake of it, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Arcane Eye, and it's just gonna follow right above my head, and I'll make my way in.
Okay. So, you make your way over to the meeting, and, Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I imagine Dorian would probably be there at this meeting, right?
Yeah. Let's see, yeah.
So you arrive, and Vivi looks at you, Shizuki, and says, "Oh, right on time. We were just about to start." So, this meeting is to determine exactly what our respective organizations are going to do about this so-called Hands of Fate. I would like for those who have had experience dealing with this organization to take the floor first. Shizuki, do you have anything to say? Any information to share?
Yeah. So what we've come to realize... Let me go through here. Let me actually pull my notes up here since I'm going to be doing this. So what we've come to realize is there's an organization known as the Hands of Fate. I'm sure it's become very apparent to everyone's kingdoms and people here that times have been a bit more chaotic lately. Between all the different anomalies and attacks and chaos that's ensued, between recent actions from dragons, this lich, Marrow attacking Sea Shroud, attacking Primralty, and Sea Shroud apparently having a corrupt government where people were being sacrificed to ancient gods. Everywhere that I have been and taken a look at this, or through my contacts, I found that the Hands of Fate have had some factor into it. They've played into it somehow for whatever reason. They're an organization that acts in the shadows. They've been manipulating people, recruiting people for whatever it is that works in their own gains. I found that the leader of this organization is a man known as Relicanter, who's gained extreme power. He's trying apparently to ascend into the divine, and he has agents of power that are working for him. One, which was the one that attacked our good friend Wilhelm, named Voltier. We actually just went and investigated his ship to go see, and apparently this Voltier is a man that has extreme capabilities with explosives and weaponry mixed with magic. The ship itself was armed to the teeth with bombs. We had to disarm quite a few just to be able to actually do a full investigation of the ship. That and also his weaponry is something that's advanced that we haven't dealt with before.
It's more as the servo speaks.
Everybody jumps at the sound of this tiny little ball speaking.
Sorry, this is also our master tinkerer. He's speaking through this while he's also making sure that our friend Wilhelm is taken care of, but anything you say, he can relay right here.
I will tell you this: even of the skills of me and Genzo combined, he is probably more intelligent to the fact of this tinkering than even me.
I see.
And I've been doing this a while. It's I mean, you have seen the construct that I built. Even it exceeds even that.
Is there any evidence of gnomish engineering in his designs?
Very much so.
I see.
I plan on whether whether my party comes with me or not, whether the Seven Deadly Sins investigates together, I plan on going to Geardale to see if I can find out any information myself.
And this man, how would he have learned from the gnomes? They only teach some of their most advanced technological inventions to gnomes.
His
How could
means and designs are unclear at this time, but one thing that we have learned through agents in the field is he's recruited doppelgangers. In fact, it seems, as far as we know, all doppelgangers are under his employ.
That is very troubling indeed. So it is possible that there could be moles within every kingdom across our entire world who would be indistinguishable from the real thing.
I wouldn't say
Unless
indistinguishable.
you were able to see what people can hide.
This is most troubling news. So Grand Knight Duncan speaks up and says, "We will have an interview with, just as a precaution, with all of our high-ranking clergy, just to make sure that none of these doppelgangers have found their way into the Order of Shield and Light."
It's at this point, I have to say, we need to be very cautious about the information that is possibly leaked. And unfortunately, it would also seem our friend that was attacked this morning was working on a machine that could turn invisible and scout at a range. I know most of us are familiar with spells that can do that in a sense, and we typically have defenses against magic that would be able to do something like that. Well, this is a new time and a new age, it looks like, that we're coming into, where we're going to have to be wary of machines that can also be something that could spy on us.
And how might we detect such a machine?
I'm not a mechanist, I couldn't tell you. But I'm sure if we go to Geardale, which is, as my friend here was saying, we might be able to find some better means of defenses against such a thing. In the meantime, just be wary.
I can tell different things and different machineries, but I am definitely going to have to spend some time in Geardale to update my research. And I will spend the entirety of my time in there updating my research and learning. I do need to speak with somebody, though. I need to speak with Ginzo as soon as possible.
You may speak with the assassin, but only under supervision.
That's fine, but I need some time with him, even if I could get a moment, just me and him, to discuss some schematics that we were supposed to talk about, and some other things to know more of his expertise in the mechanical field.
I see. You understand our skepticism, as you know, you were rather involved in his escape attempt. The only
I will
reason
keep
that you
I will
yourself
keep my I will keep my amulet of telepathy open to Shiziki here. And he will be able to hear everything that happens in that room.
just know the only reason that you yourself are not also in custody is because of the role that you played in the battle against the Lich. I just
I
figured
know.
you should know that.
I don't plan on trying to break him out or any of that nature. I will let justice be served. But I still need to speak with him and get all the information, and he may not give information up if he is being watched.
Then I suggest you speak in a hushed tone, because our guards will be standing right there outside of his cell.
Understandable. Thank you.
Now, to start with, your group will be contacted on a regular basis by the Order of Shield and Light, as we would like to play a large role in toppling this corrupt secret society. We will be in contact, and we would like for you to convey any new information that you have on them directly to the Order of Shield and Light.
I will only send information strictly to Dorian, and Dorian only.
That is fine.
I'm just gonna
If
have
there's
him.
doppelgangers out here, then I need to speak with someone that I can trust, that I know, that I have traveled with.
Yeah, and when he says like I have to order to the Order Shield and Light, I'm gonna just look over at Vivi with a raised eyebrow on that.
He looks at him and says, "He is not required to do anything. If you would like for him to relay that information to me, I can get it to you. But we did not agree on any such command. This will be a joint effort." He looks at him. He says, "Well, I didn't mean to offend Commander Vicmore and Valinor, but this will be acceptable as long as a means of us acquiring this information is possible. Yes, I, myself, personally, will get this information to you. However, Shiziki, I will need you to transpond this information to me anytime any new developments are discovered."
Understood. If that's the case, then if we could, if you and I could speak privately shortly after this, here, Commander, and work a means of doing that out, I'd definitely appreciate it.
Of
Excuse me, that's
course.
some comments right there.
Now, if there are no further matters to discuss, we will adjourn. We will soon all be heading back to our respective kingdoms, as I imagine the Order will be making their way back to Stormhaven. I've spoken to the Empress. You lot are welcome here as long as you would like to stay, but as soon as transport is required, as soon as you would be making your way to Geardale, she would like to send you off. As well as Shiziki, there is a matter of your payment that we must discuss, as you also are a Dark Sun, as well as I would like to throw in a little stipend for your comrades as well. But we'll discuss that after the meeting.
I look forward to it.
Well, adjourned. May the Warhorn of Temp always guide our way.
I'm going
and
to.
everybody separates and goes their own direction.
I'm going to then talk to Wilhelm.
All right.
Wilhelm, I know you're in pain, but what can you tell me about Geardale?
Well, for starters, it is a beautiful city, but Gildale is. Nobody's read my Lost Lore, have they?
I did. I
For,
read the entire. I read the entire thing.
Okay. Okay. So, as you know, Geardale is a
Here's
very.
more of a. Here's more of a. Instead of a broad question, here's more of a direct one. How do I get these people to trust me into teaching me? I mean, I could show them my works, but I don't know if that will necessarily get me inside information.
Well, the gnomes do not mind selling or sharing designs for their gadgetry. The designs that they truly keep under tight wraps are their firearms, as basically anyone that wishes to wield any sort of effective firearm must build one themselves.
So like these, and I start pulling out guns and putting them back.
Exactly. But your firearms are clearly custom made as they do not follow a clear schematic that might be consistent with an existing model of firearms. They are clearly custom made, just simply because they are one of a kind. The sort of firearms that you might find in Geardale are on par with yours, but they are commercially made in bulk, but made to where they are never supposed to actually leave that kingdom or leave the person of somebody that might be in the military force. So do not go there acting as if you wish to acquire their firearms. They will not look kindly upon that, and they will think that you would mean to use it against them, as their firearms are currently the only thing that makes their military force one that is mighty and might rival other kingdoms. And they know that.
I'm gonna go in as somebody that has a similar mindset to them and show them my works. Maybe write up a schematic of one of my lesser weapons and do some trading.
They may reveal some secrets to you, but do not expect for them to go into the full design of, for example, a weapon that they have recently invented is a Gatling gun, is what they are calling it. Do not expect them to tell you how to build one. Do not expect them to let you investigate one so you may glean how to build it yourself.
And how do I go about getting information?
That is an interesting question. I would first suggest speaking with King Mechadrome. Explain to him the threat on his kingdom, and they might find it interesting that somebody who is clearly not a gnome is running around with gnomish weaponry. That they will find interesting, and that will likely anger him greatly, and you may find some success in that approach.
So you got to anger the king and talk with him. Got it.
Anger him to the point that he would likely help you. As a king, he will be concerned for his people's safety, that designs that are not ever supposed to leave his kingdom are being carried around by a simple killer.
Got you. I will do my best. Just know this, Wilhelm. Whatever it takes, I will take the head of the man that killed
Please do not get yourself killed in the process.
you. I told you, whatever it takes.
If vengeance is what you are after, if that vengeance would cause anything to happen to you, then I do not want it.
It's not vengeance. It's balance. An eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. Is balance. And that is what this world needs, is balance.
What this world needs is you, Aaron. And if this would get you killed, then I ask you to abandon it. I do not wish to see you die. You're a dear friend, Aaron. And I do not wish to see anything happen to you. If you feel as though you can pursue this man, and you feel as though that you and the sins, in the time, and based on your own assessment, that you can take him down, then do it. But if you ever feel that he will likely kill you, if you were to pursue a certain act, please do not die. I just ask you, please do not die.
I have the greatest team I think I could ever have on my back. They have mine as I have theirs. Like you told me, they'd warm up to me. Remember in the beginning when you told me they'd warm up to me?
I do remember.
They've kind of warmed up to me, and I've warmed up to them. I count them as dear friends, and I haven't had very many of them in my travel.
And I'm glad to hear it. And Philia, I know. I can only imagine what you must be feeling. You are likely seeing red, because you are like a daughter to me, and this man killed me. Do not act out of anger. If you wish to go after this man, I cannot stop you. But do never let your anger cloud your judgment in a way that might cause you to do something foolish. For if something were to happen to you, then this man might have well have just killed me permanently, because my reason for living is gone.
When I killed him, every move was lost. Aaron, if you would.
Of course.
Also, stimulate telepathy to them. Aaron, Philia, does Wilhelm have anything on him when they left him? Or is it just the clothes on his back?
It's just the clothes on his back. He has, well, yeah, he has that dagger.
I forgot Devin.
I mean, even the pistol that he designed, that he just kept on himself for protection, was taken from him.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
So, yeah, he doesn't even have his staff.
Yeah, I'm gonna step outside with Philia. Yes, Philia.
I know your heart comes from a war, quite frankly. No, please no.
I will make sure you have the final kill. I will make sure.
I just want to help. I will be the last one. The last
And I will keep him just alive enough to do that. And Aaron kind of pulls out a syringe and squirts just a little bit of potion out, going, "Trust me, I may be for balance, but I'm evil."
all I ask. We'll get along greatly.
You're welcome. As Aaron kind of pulls up his hood, taps Solomon, and walks off.
My neutral good, just
A little leaning more towards chaotic.
a little smidge.
Alright, so. No.
Oh yeah, I think Aaron's kind of going a little chaotic too. I don't
I was like,
feel neutral anymore.
Well, I'm telling you, chaotic neutral is the best alignment there is. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
I'd
I
have
think
all
by the
my
I think by
options
the
on the
end of
table.
this, by the end of
Hide
this,
the
I
peanut
think
butter. It's about to get weird.
I think by the end of this, freaking Philia and freaking Aaron are gonna have a freaking alignment change.
So,
I mean, as the DM, I do reserve the right to change somebody's alignment. So
First I'm like, my phone has been taken. My best friend's been killed.
Here's the
I'll put
thing,
it this way, Philia. At this point, you are in the multi-point alignment, which I run. I have already changed your alignment from strictly neutral good to neutral good with chaotic tendencies.
Exactly. I'm like,
Okay, so what is Aaron if he's true neutral?
You are true neutral with chaotic tendencies.
Yes.
so where are we standing right now with everything going on?
So you are currently standing inside of a tent. That is where this meeting occurred, and everybody has adjourned, and you currently find yourself alone with Commander Valinor.
All right, Commander.
Lieutenant.
Okay, he told me he wanted. Okay, sure. I believe you wanted to speak with me.
Yes, I did. So, this man, I sensed there were some things about him that you might have been unsure about, but trust me, if there's any other details, you can tell me and I will keep it within the Dark Suns. What exactly can he do?
I'm not entirely certain, but let me put it this way: when we went to investigate Wilhelm's ship, we noticed that some objects had been taken. Through magical means, we teleported to where those objects were, and when we arrived there was a bomb set for right at the exact moment when we arrived. Literally it was set on a timer with 1 second left. We managed to stop it through our own means of magic and disarm the bombs, but there's no planning that can get something down like that to the second. I do know that he's somehow, some way trying to ascend into higher power. He's even admitted it. He's claims himself to be a pseudo-god in the domain of knowledge.
The individual that you tracked is claiming that?
This Relicanter, who
Okay.
is the one that Voltaire works for.
I see. So you think he may have had some transpondence with this Relicanter in the planning process of these traps that he laid for you?
Possibly. If Relicanter is in the domain of knowledge, and he was able to plan out to the fact of the second when we would even try to locate these objects and teleport to it, that's the only way I can see. There's no magic that I know of that can actually pinpoint that. I mean, maybe the intervention of the divine could have been able to see the future.
Then how would he have not also predicted that by some magical means that you guys were able to disarm his bomb? How would he have not predicted that?
I have a source of information as far as what is going on and what he's capable of. It's limited, and I'm trying to explore that. But it's not absolute knowledge, the way it was explained to me. It's that he has a superior instinct. In fact, it's there's ways of clouding it that I'm trying to look into, but it just sort of seems like right now it's not supreme, it's not without mistake, but he just has instinct apparently that lets him figure out what he needs to almost make it seem like he has all the knowledge, if that makes any sense.
That indeed does make sense. So how do you believe we can get ahead of these instincts if they are that precise?
Well, one, be careful what we say in public and who we say it to. Two, I think we need to put out more means of gathering information, something that he might not exactly see or expect, which also plays into our conversation last night, if you put in more thought into that.
Yes, I have. The conversation was for Genzo, right?
Yes.
I believe that would be the proper utilization of that resource. If this threat is truly as grave as it appears to be, there is wisdom in that assessment, and there is much more to be gained utilizing Ginzo in this way than for him to simply go track down people for Mr. Gilderoy.
If that is the case, if you could make sure he gets a couple things, I would definitely appreciate it, because I think I have a couple items that would actually be very helpful for him in this endeavor. And I will reach into my bag and I will take out the Ring of Mind Shielding, and I will also take out the Amulet of Proof against detection and location.
Ah, nice. What are these?
Well, if we're going to be dealing with doppelgangers, this ring here will be a good preventative measure for that. And if there's going to be other people trying to find him, considering he's going to be a wanted man, I think that's going to be the case. This amulet will stop that. And I'm going to take out just a sheet of paper and I'm going to write, "You owe me times a whole fuck more now, Shaz." And then make sure he gets this note too.
I will convene with some of our operatives who are out in the field. Even if he were to make it as far as Sea Shroud, the Fourglade brothers are not far from there. They could make a quick detour and assure that he disappears in the middle of the night by some inexplicable means.
I think that would probably be for the best. Also, another topic, just to make sure that I bring up to you, I went ahead and relayed that information to Raynor. He knows that you've accepted the job. Two stipulations about that, though. One, it's been made apparent that the members of Sea Shroud really don't want us to enter into the Royal Museum until they get there. Apparently there's some relics and a bit to do with their history. Also, our Magi in the group has greatly advised that the Tower of the Magi there should definitely be avoided and not entered by any means.
That information will be relayed. As you know, there are many members within our group who, let's be honest, you join the Dark Suns when you want to make money. And that attracts a certain type of people in large amounts. It cannot be guaranteed that certain things are not obtained during our stay there, but I will relay the information.
I definitely appreciate it. The other thing is Wilhelm and his ship. Wilhelm is a friend of mine, and to be honest, we can't overlook any of this, especially with him being dumped in our camp. This was declaration of war on the Dark Suns. And I think us making sure Wilhelm gets back on his feet can be a slap in their face. They weren't expecting us to get him back. I know they weren't. Honestly, I think it'd be good for morale, if nothing else, just good PR, and probably useful anyhow. If we could make sure Wilhelm's ship doesn't have anything else happen to it, and make sure that that man himself is protected. We've disarmed all the bombs and everything that we thought that might be in danger there, but I'd honestly, if we could, get Azrael to get some men over there just to make sure that the ship's overseen, protected, and even help if Wilhelm can get back up there to repair it, just to make sure he gets back up on his feet.
I think this will be wise. Is there enough space on this ship to accommodate these men who may be overseeing it?
It has some rooms and some places for them to stay. I don't think it'll have rooms for a lot of men, but I don't think you need to have an army out there just to guard one ship.
We'll send 50 of our more capable soldiers to oversee this ship. Nothing will happen to it. Though if I might make a suggestion, if you're concerned about your friend's safety, I cannot think of a better place for him to stay than Geardale. That city is virtually impenetrable.
impenetrable, but at the same time, these people that we're dealing with have advanced technology that would more than likely come from Geardale. It's impenetrable, sure, to an army that's trying to approach it if they were under siege, without a doubt, but it seems there's already been people that have gotten in there and taken their technology. Whether they have agents in there or not, it's hard to be so certain of the safety in that town.
So where would you like us to keep your friend?
Well, honestly, I think he's going to want to repair his ship whenever he can and get back on his feet. I don't know how long he'll be down and out for. I haven't had a chance to really look at his wounds. If taking him to Geardale and keeping it protected in the meantime, great. Otherwise, I'm sure he's going to want to get back to his ship and get back to work. That's going to be up to Wilhelm. I can't make that decision for him.
At the very least, we can make sure his ship remains protected.
Does Shiki have his amulet on?
Yes.
I'm gonna speak to Shiziki going,
You're potentially your servo could still be there
oh, sure.
if you wanted to make a stealth check for your servo.
Hold on. Give me 5 seconds. Yep, no.
Luckily, I rolled even worse.
Oh, nice.
So,
I'm gonna
Yeah.
speak through the servo.
okay.
I'm sure I can convince Wilhelm to come with us if need be.
How in the hell did I not notice you were still there?
Oh, you knew that. That's why I didn't take it off when I came in here.
He's talking about the servo.
I know.
Um,
But
oh,
he was talking when we were at the meeting.
yeah. He just didn't notice that he was still there.
So, if you want me to, I'm sure I can convince him to come with us for a temporary time. But like Shiziki said, as soon as he's up on his feet, he won't stay for long.
Yeah,
I
that'll be
believe Shiziki
for...
brought up a valid point that this is all going to be up to him.
Let's see what Wilhelm wants to do after he's had a little bit of rest. And... yeah, okay.
Now, about the matter of payment. We had, and I'm actually punching this in my calculator as we speak, 5,000 troops here. As he pulls out a sheet of paper and starts kind of doing some math to determine how much he's going to pay you. That would be 50,000 gold per day cost. We have been here for currently 13 days, so 50,000 times 13 is 650,000 gold. I am prepared to give you. I'm prepared to give you. Let's see, what is divided by 4? I'm prepared to give you 162,500 gold, as well as an additional 162,500 gold for the rest of your party.
Yeah, that seems fair.
He grabs a metal chip that he had over. This was his personal tent that you guys were speaking at. He pulls it over, opens it up, and says, "Now, I'm not sure if you want to take the time to count all 162,500 pieces of it, but I can assure you it is all there."
Insight check to see if it's there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not insight checking, Commander. No, I don't need to.
Commander,
In fact, who would sit there and count out the money that they're getting paid from their commander right in
A
front
treasurer. Well, a treasurer would be the
of
person
them?
that
No,
would.
I'm not counting that out. No.
Commander,
Yes, mechanist.
I wasn't false claiming when I said that if Genzo joins, I will join too.
Well, I will leave that up to the lieutenant to decide whether he believes that your entry could be of value.
Aaron, me and you will talk about that later, but I can handle all that for you if you'd like.
Sounds good.
But if the lieutenant decides that you would be of value, we would be glad to have you. I would start you out at the rank of specialist. It would not take you long to rise to the rank of sergeant.
Sounds good. You always need someone that can build extravagant weapons for you.
Well, you will not be the first tinkerer to grace our ranks. And yes, I am aware of the value.
A question to Commander. While we've been handling everything with the Lich and so much else, we've come across different vials, different potions, different liquids, and most seem to be on the deadlier side. Do we have a poisoner? Someone here that I might be able to speak with to get a few things identified?
We do have one such person, not as skilled as it's Rill that's the rogue, right?
Yeah.
Not as skilled as Rill would be in the art of poisoning, but he would have some prowess.
Yeah, if you could point me in that person's direction.
If he's sober, you might have some luck. I would say he'd likely be found at the tavern. Ask for Olaf. He joined about 3 or 4 months ago, but he's quite capable.
All right. And I'll relay that to Aaron, and I will actually take his little servo, and I will chuck it out of the tent. I was like,
Hey,
you might want to go find Olaf, but I have something private I need to speak here. Amulet telepathy off. One last thing, sir. It kind of became a little mentioned with everything we've been finding out. What do you know about changelings?
I know that they're a legendary creature. I did not believe that they were real. I know that they are close cousins of doppelgangers. Why are you asking me this?
It was mentioned to me that in this group, and I didn't want to make this aware to everyone else there, but I thought you should know. Changelings apparently might be in play with the Hands of Fate as well.
All I know of changelings is that the legends state that while lacking some of the mental capabilities and some of the telepathic, psychic abilities of the doppelganger as a whole, what they lack in physical abilities, they make up for in intelligence and cunning.
How would we protect ourselves from doppelgangers and changelings if this is going to be an issue that we're having to deal with? How might you recommend?
Well, I know by magical means, changelings can, or any sort of shapeshifter can be detected.
Well, my question is, if we're going to have to watch out for people infiltrating the Dark Suns, what do we plan on doing to deal with that?
I imagine Azrael would be able to detect them. I can have Azrael visit our troops. Keep an eye out. Remain at Tempest Keep for a time, and just watch and see if any of these changelings are noted.
And we trust Azrael?
I trust him. He has 70 years of distinguished service in the Serenian military, and he's never given anybody any reason not to trust him.
All right.
If you would like, I can have him administer the test here to our troops just to make sure no changelings go back with us.
I think we're going to need to go and start setting something up to make sure between the changelings and the doppelgangers. Changelings, I don't think are going to be as much of an issue. And honestly, I don't think I can handle things as well as he can, but recently I've come into an ability that lets me be able to see changelings.
I see.
That's why I wanted to know if we had any other means of defense, or if it was just going to be me and Azrael.
As well as it appears that our new recruits from the Necrolites may be able to assist us in this as well.
Well, what would you think if we could fight fire with fire?
I'm listening.
I don't think the doppelgangers would want to work with us if they want to watch the world burn. But what about changelings?
The legends that I have read about changelings state that they are not the most trustworthy of creatures.
What the hell? What the hell?
Do you have experience that says otherwise?
Alright then.
Veterinary. I'm gonna drop the form.
You're gonna go into your changeling form?
Yeah.
He reaches up and puts a hand on a sword and says, I need you to tell me why I should believe that you are Shaziki Belrook standing before me right now.
Do you really think there'd be somebody so stupid to show this and not be what I'm saying? Ask me anything you like, Commander. It's still me.
Where are you from?
Originally, I'm from Darkholm. I came over here, moved to Angarian. I was recommended by my uncle Ilden, who you all should know. Friend to Genzo, acquaintance of the Fourglade brothers. Constant customer to the Tresmadella.
What is your father's name?
Man, we never even made that.
We didn't make that?
No.
I thought we did.
Nah, we never got my parents' name.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just
Just
assume
my
that
uncle.
you tell him. And tell me, what does your uncle like to do in his spare time?
Well, I don't know. There's a whole lot of drinking, gambling, and bitching about how he's past his glory days.
He drops his hand. So when were you planning on telling me about this?
Never.
And what made you to decide to now?
I just kind of raise my hands and kind of just do a grand... Just a show of grandeur of, like, the whole situation that we're in.
So are those legends true? Can changelings be trusted?
Well, do you trust me?
He kind of sighs and closes his eyes for a second, and of course I trust you, Suzuki. Of course.
And I'm going to go back to my usual form. And I trust you, Commander. There's a very small amount of people that know this. But I need you to know that changelings can be trusted, but we are a tricky bunch. And before we start going on a murder spree hunting down changelings that could be working for them, there are those that can work for us. I've already found and recruited a few along my journeys. So, my request here is any others of my people that we have to deal with, let me deal with.
I will grant that. You know, Shiziki, there's a lot more that's starting to make sense. I must commend you for your work against the Collectorate, even more so now. As you actively walked into a city controlled by a group that you knew was hunting people that were just like you. I must admire that courage.
Oh, thank you, sir. But I think it would also... I mean, we're stating the obvious here. This, I trust you, but even then, I'm still very leery to let people know this. Even you. I had to think about this quite a bit. So, discretion is utmost necessity.
You should know by now, Shiziki, that I have no problem with discretion.
Thank you. Well then, on that note, I guess I need to return to the rest of my group. By the way, did you happen to read anything that Rainer may have sent to you about me purchasing property in Angaria? I don't know if there's any means of progress with that.
I've read some of it. There's actually been a rather nice property located in the Platinum District, just towards the east, only about a half a mile walk from the Colosseum.
Well, that sounds quite lovely. I don't know if we can have anyone see their way to making that fall into my ownership, but I would definitely appreciate any efforts that you could put forward on that.
The paperwork has already been drawn up. It is being processed as we speak.
Perfect. Well, on that note, I could definitely use a drink after this.
That is understandable. And do not worry, Shiziki. There will be nobody else that knows your secret. And be advised, if there ever is anyone else that knows your secret, that you would wish to not know your secret, you know you must only ask, if you understand where I'm going with this.
Thank you, sir.
And as you're about to walk out, he says, one last thing. Your uncle. Is he one too?
My uncle isn't actually blood related to me,
I'm aware.
but no, he's not.
That is all. And I believe you have earned that drink. As he tosses you a single platinum, which equals about 10 gold, and says, your first few are on me.
Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way then. And I
As
will
you
take
carry
all
a
of
very
the
large
fucking ton of
chest
gold.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
I will start making my way to the tavern.
Okay. Hey, Tony. If there's nothing else that you wanted either Velastrios or Dorian to do, you can take off if you want to get some sleep, man.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I'm about to head to bed.
Well, I will say one quick thing if we can have him here for like 2 minutes. Because I was going to do this at the beginning of the session, but then we rolled straight into something.
Yeah, what's up?
If I could just get like the whole group kind of together, like I'll have the amulet back on and whatnot. Velastrios, I have a
He
question
doesn't
for
have
you.
amulet.
Well, I will go find Velastrios if I can.
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
What's up?
Gee whiz.
Yeah.
You seem pretty indispensable here lately, to be honest. I have questions and things I'd like to talk to you about, but we can save that for another time. But I really just wanted to, if it's alright with everyone else, extend a formal invitation to join the Seven Deadly Sins.
Yeah, we do need a broth.
I will place your proposal under consideration. Until I've made up my decision, I will continue to join you.
Well, I hope you accept.
So, where is our next adventure taking us?
Well, that is a good question that I wanted to honestly talk to everyone about, but I think we've had a little bit more that has set us in a direction. I have things to handle in Angaria. Also, I think Felia at one point wanted to go back to the Tower of the Gods. And we also have a lot of reasons to go to Geardale.
Maybe we can swing by Stormhaven on the way.
Are we going to be traveling as a group to go do all these things, or are we going to be going our separate ways and meeting back in Geardale?
Seems a little dangerous out and about right now. The only thing that I can think of is, to be honest, it seems as long as we're not actively pursuing the Hands of Fate, they'll probably back off. They want us to continue doing what we already were without getting involved with them. However, this is something else I wanted to talk to the group about. And I don't know if we're all together, if we're somewhere private or anything like that.
You could go to the tent and, ask the medic that's on standby to kind of take a step out.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have him step out.
He does.
And then I gotta go to my notes. No, notes. So, last night I was actually reached out by the Raven Queen. And I spoke to her about actually a number of things, and I tried to get some information to glean about Relicanter, which is also how I know some of these things. Unfortunately, I'm not a very religious person, and I don't have a lot of information on religious things to draw from. I was actually hoping to speak more about this in depth with you, Velastrios, which, Tony, if you gotta go, man, we can do this another time.
No, go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead. I got a couple minutes.
Alright, yeah, okay. But it seems Relicanter is trying to harness a means of becoming one with the divine, which is how I know he's an agent in the domain of knowledge. She was able to tell me this. And apparently there's a reason why when we dealt with the Avatar of Annihilation, I had such a reaction to that. Relicanter and I seem to be on somewhat of a similar history? I don't know. It was vague, to say the least. And so when she talked to me about certain things, it was hard to be able to really make a clear sense because the gods like to speak in certain things and there was references to different stuff. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of, where is it? The Gate of Apotheosis? Or the Angel of Death? I don't know if anybody's heard of that. Okay.
Velastrios, roll a religion check, and anybody else who is proficient in religion may also roll a religion check.
You do it. 28.
So you've heard of, not by name, you've never heard the name of the Gate of Apotheosis, but you have heard that many of these divine focal points that can help people ascend to the divine, though requiring a lot of different materials, which you don't know that part. But you do know that you've heard people, the term for people rising to divinity as also kind of being synonymous as stepping through a gate. That you do know.
Okay.
Okay. But what I do know is if we're looking for sparks to be able to charge our path and everything we need, there's one that's in the Underdark. There's a Illithid in there that has one of the sparks that's working with Zarkariost. So I don't know if we go after that, if that would actually still be us going after the Hands of Fate and seeing it as an attack, or if that's just what we need to do to be able to go and fight and help out with this whole matter between Eos and Zeos. But I do know that's where that spark is, and what I was trying to mention before, apparently, because of everything that we've done now, the Raven Queen has not so much said, but inferred that there might be more that'll come into play with my history here. And I'll go into shadow form, and I'll unfurl my wings.
And you guys see that for the first time, Shiziki has a pair of shadowy wings that kind of extend off of his back. Not necessarily corporeal in appearance, but definitely wing-like in shape.
This happened before if you saw whenever we dealt with the Avatar of Annihilation, who was a celestial. Apparently, there's possibly something in my history that means I may also have something to do with the Celestials.
Well,
I
there's only
don't-
one place that I know of that we can get answers right off the top of my head about any type of knowledge.
What, the Tower of the Gods, or are you talking about the
No, the
Tower of the
High
Magi?
Sorcery.
That being King's Crest? You're talking about the Magi Tower, correct?
Yes.
Huh.
The Magi stored many various different types of knowledge. If it was recorded and if it dates back far enough, then it'll be there. Although I presume that nobody's entered it, or they would be induced into extreme psychotic fits, possibly go insane, but various other things, teleported to various locations, probably hundreds of millions of miles away. Many different outcomes. I once saw a guy get his mind completely wiped, total amnesia, because he decided he wanted to try and break in, steal something. It's an insane place. If you're not allowed to go, not supposed to be there, it completely fucks with you.
Well, as tempting as you're making it sound to go there, I'm a little hesitant.
Sounds like vacation.
What? No, it's fine. I studied there for about 50 years. I was there every day,
Well, for the rest of us,
especially in Kingcrest. No, y'all will be fine. Y'all will be with me. I can grant you temporary access. I am the Archmage now.
well, I've already spoken with Raynor. On top of everything else that I've hired and facilitated with the Dark Suns, they're actually
I
going to
mean,
be
I'm
going
good with it as
to.
long as I don't implode.
They're going to be going to set up a perimeter around King's Crest and begin salvaging to deal with anything that's there, and forces from Primralty and Sea Shroud will be heading there here shortly. So I ask everyone here, what would you like to do? And I will undo Shadow Form and have my wings fade away.
All right.
Gavin, I want to scry. Well, first, let me ask, have I taken a... Oh, no, scrying's a 5th level spell. I have one 5th level spell slot left.
You've had a long rest anyway, so.
Oh, really? We've taken a nap since when we were on the ship?
Oh, no, but you would have been able to take a short rest.
Yeah, because I've already spent a 7th, 8th, 9th, 6th, 5th.
You'd be able to utilize your arcane recover.
Yeah.
If that's what
But
you're
I
asking.
have a second 5th level, so it's okay. I'll use that to get back my 8th level spell slot.
Okay.
But anyways, so I want to scry on the Tower of High Sorcery. Is it still standing in King's Crest? And
You
what's around it?
scry on it, and so oddly enough, when you scry on the Tower of High Sorcery, you actually see that there are some bandits in King's Crest. But the funny thing is, you see like a couple of half orcs talking to each other, like, "You go in, no, you go in, no, you go in. Oh, I'll go in, I'll go in." And it is still standing. It's a little worse for wear. There's some cracks, but you wouldn't think it would have collapsed completely, and it's still standing. It's like, "I'll do it. Yeah, all right, I'm going." And he walks in, and as soon as you do, you just see almost like a bug, like hitting one of those bug zappers. Just a quick zap of electricity, and he turns to ash.
So this is King's Crest, right? Like the place that
This is
got
King's
totally
Crest.
annihilated by the undead army
It's
that swept through
almost-
for no absolute reason.
There's a couple not for no absolute reason, but there's a couple houses still standing, like the occasional scattered building, but it's mostly in ruin. In fact, you can tell that the Tower of High Sorcery is the most intact building within that entire
Yeah,
city.
I kind of
Not
am. I kind of imagine it like wear and tear and old age has definitely done its job on the tower, but like every other building around it looks desolated.
Yeah, it is definitely the most structurally sound building left in that city. It's not perfect, but it is in stark contrast to the rest of the city.
Right. Okay. Um, and then I'll go back to Shiziki. Yes. Good news and bad news. Bad news. The tower looks like shit. Good news. The arcane wards are still in place, and the tower's still there. So if there was some knowledge to gain, I would seek the arcane libraries within the tower. If there was anything that you specifically wanted to look for.
Well, I know Ophelia needs to go to the Tower of the Gods, and there's a great library there. I don't know if it's going to have everything that I want to find out about, but I'd rather try and do two birds with one stone. Unless you feel that your library will have something more informative than the other one?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. For about a week, I'm gonna have to leave. I might have to meet y'all in Geardale.
You will be sorely missed, Tinkerer. So, so your library is here on the mundane plane. You can find knowledge dating back thousands of years, yes, but the last recorded document was 1,000 years ago in the Tower of High Sorcery. We kept artifacts from thousands of years before then in the tower. So if you wanted to find something that was still in good condition, it would be in the tower.
Blasters, you're asking me if I don't know what it is I'm looking for here, except for just information to learn about. I don't know if that's gonna be at either place. I don't know how long ago that information is from.
Well, I would say we start backwards and work our ways forwards. We start at the Tower of the Gods, since that's on the way to King's Crest, which is on the way, kind of, to Gearsdale, I think. I'm not really sure what Gearsdale is, but I assume that considering that King's Crest is in the center of this.
Geardale is above Primralty. It's north of Primralty.
Oh, yes, that makes sense. I have no idea what Primralty is either.
It's it's out on
All
the
right.
western coast.
Yeah, it's on the western coast. So literally, you could almost draw a straight line west from Galberg right now to Geardale. You'd essentially be cutting
Oh,
southwest to the
look,
Spire of the Gods.
Tony knows, but Velasquez is from before the Sundering,
Oh yes, yes.
so he doesn't exactly know.
Primralty was a kingdom that was not around when you were.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm taking.
yeah.
But I will take your word. He is definitely assuming that he can get anywhere he wants from King's Crest after Tower of the Gods. But he is interested in going to this Tower of the Gods. How long has that been there?
Spire, as long as anyone remembers. In
No.
fact, Velastrios would know one little bit of information about the Spire of the Gods.
Okay.
I'm sending you a private message in Fantasy Grounds right now.
All right. Well, I'll look at it as I crawl into bed. Maybe I'll probably look at it in the morning because I'm gonna go ahead and
I
hop
just
off.
sent it to you
Oh my god. No. Sean's the only one that sent me stuff.
in Fantasy Grounds, not on Discord.
That literally makes no sense, Gavin. Read what you just typed to me.
I Yeah, I wasn't trying to read it out loud. All right, I assume you would relay that information.
Yeah,
There is a
there is
spire
a
of the gods
spire-
on virtually every world of the material plane.
We
Yeah.
already knew
so
that.
Every world of our plane has
Has
a spire of the
a
gods.
spire of the gods, and
So,
nobody really knows where they came from. There's no record of who built
So are
them.
you
They've just kind of
referring
always
that the
been there.
material plane has multiple worlds?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's already been addressed in this campaign.
Okay. All right. I forgot about.
So I think we're all in agreement. Tower of the or Spire of the Gods should be our next destination.
Yeah, we already knew that. Yeah.
Well, I will meet y'all in Geardale. And Aaron's gonna walk off and tell Calercy that he has like a week or so. So beam me up, Scotty.
Of course. And immediately you see this tiny little halfling appear in front of you, and you recognize this as Zimzalazam the Lucky. And he looks at you and he's like, "Aaron, long time no see." You know, Shiziki, or not Shiziki, Claresi has not shut up about you since you guys left the tournament.
I'm sure she hasn't sinned.
Let's get the hell over there. Give her what she needs so she'll just shut the hell up for a while.
All right, guys. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, don't forget you got those potions, man.
Oh my god, I do not need
Yep. Let's just go, man.
So right out of the corner, you hear a stoop, stoop, and you recognize this is Dash. And he's like, "Oh, it's so good to see you, Aaron. How are you doing, Aaron? It's so good to see you. What have you been up to? Everything good? How's your health?"
Hi, Dash. I'm about to come spend a few weeks with you, so it's okay. Just
Oh, that's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna go.
Oh,
We're gonna go to
God,
the valley. We're
I
gonna
already
go to
used
the city.
Force
We're gonna...
Cage. You
So,
can cast this what you want. You have Wish.
Zim, did you have to bring the speedster?
all of the whole conversation.
Dash goes with me pretty much everywhere I go. And Dash is like, "That's right. I go, 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 go."
I'm pretty sure Claresi's brother is not going to be too happy to see me, though.
You know, I think it'll be okay.
Well, I don't know if he'll be too happy to see Solomon, as Solomon drug his snake around constantly.
He's not a bitter man. He might ask you for some schematic, but mainly he'll probably just be glad to be able to pick your brain, tinker to tinker.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's get. I got my stuff. Let's go.
And Solomon walks up and he's like, "This would be a most productive adventure, sir."
Yes, it will.
As Zim kind of grabs Solomon's like paw because he's 3 feet tall, puts a hand on your shin, and thump,
Awesome.
gone.
Here we go.
So, and you find yourself in a very colorful-looking kingdom. There's no kingdom really like it, but you haven't discovered the name of the city yet. But you notice it's very festive. There's a lot of purple and red and blue, a lot of tapestry. Human city that appears to be next to the coast. That's all you're able to glean at the moment. But we'll go into more about that at a later time.
Yep, that can be something that me and you. I take it, like I said, like I told you earlier. Me and you take it like an hour and go through all that shit.
Yeah. So.
All right then.
But yeah,
the only reason why I did that, Sean, was because for like literally the next 2 weeks, I am pretty much taking a break from D&D.
Yeah, I know, man. You gotta get ready for your test.
So,
Yeah, do you think?
like, I'm not even gonna be playing Antonia's campaign probably next week because I gotta get this shit done.
yeah, and I imagine there will be at least a session that's like on the way to Geardale. So
And I think Tony's playing Monster of the Week next time he plays, anyways.
Oh, I will say this when I get to the tavern, everybody. I divvied out the money, so you also have 162,500 gold to take with you.
that's for the rest of the party. So, but yeah, if you're just giving that all to Aaron, then that's
Oh, that was what I got for the whole party? I thought that was like what each
there
person
was
got.
325,000 total your cut, and then he did an additional 162,500 for the party.
Oh. Okay, I misunderstood that. Yeah, I will divvy out that money to everybody. We can figure out the numbers later, but I'll just print in Discord. But sure.
The total amount that the entire party got would be 325,000. So, but
Yeah,
half of that he gave to you because you're in the Dark Suns.
Gotcha.
So, if you want to distribute what you got, then that's fine. You can do what you want.
Yeah, we'll write that up in Discord later. I don't feel like doing math right now. Math is hard.
Yeah.
So, okay. But yeah, he got the money before he leaves, so just so you know.
Okay. Just whatever it is you divvied up.
Yeah.
All right, we can go into that later. So yeah, guys, this was all I had planned for tonight. I honestly I expected it to not even take up this much of the night, but yeah, that was all I had. So unless there's anything else anybody wants to address or do or say,
Well,
to
Gavin,
me,
I want to have my 2 weeks downtime that you keep promising. And I was like, oh yeah, you get 2 weeks downtime. By the way, Wilhelm's been murdered. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was like,
Bro.
wait, is that a part of our 2 weeks of downtime?
We were supposed to be planning out his funeral for the 2 weeks. That's what we were gonna do.
that's it.
Like, so like, how long do we actually have of downtime now? Because I'm
So-
pretty sure between going to the Tower of the Gods, that place, it takes to get through all that shit.
So
Well, you got
have-
a
oh,
week
God.
of in-game time to work on whatever it is you want to work. So
So I have a question. Are we like calling it? Because I got a couple little things I could do that aren't
if there's
like.
other stuff you want to do, we have.
Yeah.
I mean, we still got a few minutes.
Okay. Let me see. Tony's off. Are you done, Brandon? Is there anything else you want to do before you gotta go?
Nope. I mean, I can stay. I don't have anything
Okay.
else.
I didn't know if you were like needing to get off. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I'm
I
gonna
don't
do a
need-
couple
I don't-
things and then I'm gonna get super fucking drunk in the game. So
Oh, dude.
Okay.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I'm not even in the freaking thing anyway, so I might as well just log off and let you and Gavin just.
yeah, whatever you
Or
want to do, man. I don't
whatever
need
it is you want to do, man.
I mean, I mean, it doesn't matter either way. I mean, I'll just be.
Yeah, I mean, you can stick around if you want to.
Yeah, I don't mind, man.
Okay. Usually, I just listen to stream, anyways.
Sure. So, let's see here. How much money do I have? I have a lot. So, first things first. So I don't forget to do it.
There is one thing, Gavin.
Okay.
What's up?
I will probably be broke after Geardale.
I figured.
Aaron will probably be broke after Geardale. That's why he was going to talk to Wilhelm about taking the skiff when he got back to go to Geardale with it,
Okay.
because he needs his chest full of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I need my chest full of money, so I.
They were gonna take the skiff anyway, so.
Okay.
Also, quick question. Has Celio told me when she's leaving?
She hasn't gotten into it yet, but we can actually get into that now. So, she looks at you and says, "So, Shiziki, as you know, I must go meet with Paragon to reacquire the spot and see if he's willing to part with his weapon."
I understand. I knew we had a finite amount of time before you were gonna have to leave.
But this also means that I will come back, even if it's just for a time.
Well,
And-
you do.
And I must go do that now. So,
Sure, you can't leave in the morning.
well, I'll tell you this. I was gonna have to depart towards the Spiral of the Gods, so I could simply accompany you, the rest of you there, and leave then.
Perfect. I rather enjoy your company.
Likewise.
Well, I tell you what. I'm pretty sure being a member of Tempest, it calls for a good celebration after a hard-won victory.
Indeed, that is our tradition. When
So
you've
before we get down to that, I have a couple things I need to handle, and I will cast Galder's Speedy Courier.
Okay.
And I will send this to Ravella. And
Sending her the shield.
I'm going to send her the shield. I'm going to put in a note that says, use the money for finishing the temple, and then use the rest to spread amongst the people in the name of Raynor. And I'm going to give her, let's just say, I'll math it up later, but how much money did I just get from my project thing? I specifically got
162,500 gold pieces.
162,500. Oh, so I got that, then everybody else gets a dividend. I got you. So I'll put the shield in there, and I'll put in 150,000 gold.
150,000? Okay.
And that will go to Ravella. And then it will say, your loving and adoring brother on the bottom of that note.
Alright.
Good, now I only have to remember that I have 12,500 to add to my stuff, personally. And then I will send that off, and I will know whether or not she took it. Because she'll know it came from me, and then it's like 10 minutes. And if she took it all, then nothing comes back. If she didn't take anything, then it comes back to me.
Yeah, nothing comes back.
Cool, look at that. New spells, they do cool stuff. Let me check that off. Because I had a little to-do list that I had to make. Then I will also take the box, the clone box, and I will put in. You know what? I'm just gonna put the rest of that money in there. I'll put 10,000 gold into the clone box.
Okay.
Okay.
10,000 gold. So
Yep,
that
yep,
way, if you were to ever die and be reincarnated as your clone, you wouldn't be broke.
Precisely. Cool. So that's that. What else do I have to do? Oh, yeah. So let's go, is there anywhere I can go to get some stuff identified?
Yeah, you could. I mean, Azrael could probably do it. You would imagine that
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hang out with
even
Azrael.
Mithra could probably do it too.
I want to go find Azrael.
You
And
find
Mithra.
them at the tavern.
Azrael and
they-
Mithra.
They are together. They are in the same place, sitting at the same table.
Oh, that's right. I remember now. That's why Zai hit me up earlier.
They seem to be rather friendly.
Azrael, Mithra.
Mithra looks at you, and you notice there's a slight blush and a sign of embarrassment when she recognizes you, and she's like, "Oh, hello, Shiziki." And he's like, "Yes, Shiziki. Yeah, come join us for a moment."
Gladly. And me and Celia will come up and join them. It'll be like a double date.
It's like, so Mithra has been telling me that she has recently discussed a matter with you about joining, which I was not aware of.
Well, there was talk about that, but Mithra, to be honest, I had a couple ideas of what you might want to do, but it's entirely up to you. So, in case you weren't aware, Azrael here, he's helping me. He's going to be running... Actually, let me sidebar this. How much has already been discussed about the Necrolites and Artigan? Like, is it common knowledge now that we're going to go ahead and start pulling them in, or how...
when you go onto the topic, you glean from Azrael as he said, "Yes, we've already discussed that the Necrolites might be able, as I've explained to Mithra here, she seems to be quite understanding that the Necrolites might be on tenuous ground with Thalassia from this point, and I've offered, as unfortunately her uncle is in not the greatest of health at the moment. I've informed her that I could offer them work, and she seems to be most gracious that I would be able to do that for them. I've
Oh,
told her that that the two of us, that me and you have been tasked with developing this grand division that would be able to counteract any evil mage out there who might attempt to stand against the kingdom.
oh, and
She's
trust
like,
me,
yes,
I've seen everything Azrael can do firsthand. Dark Sun to Dark Sun, let me tell you, there's not much that this man can't handle.
not much at all. And she's like, yes, I'm aware. As you notice another kind of blush on her face. And
So-
he just kind of gives you an elbow. But not like a hard elbow, like a bro elbow.
Yeah, I like this. So, Mithra, let me ask you this. I know you wanted to get away from your typical path here, and I've got a couple options for you. If you want to stay and with the Necrolites here, you can, but I found someone that you might be able to work with and work on, I wouldn't say under, but definitely with, and help take care of, and you could definitely learn and expand your skill set dramatically.
I'm listening.
Well, I don't know if you heard the commotion this morning, but actually a good friend of ours was hurt greatly. Um, I was wondering if maybe you wanted to possibly be his new assistant. He could definitely use an extra set of hands getting back up on his feet.
Well, tell me about this man. Who is he?
Have you ever heard of Wilhelm? The
Yes,
great infamous merchant Wilhelm.
the merchant. I've heard of him.
I, most people know him as being a merchant, but he's also a very powerful sorcerer. And he loves to teach, and he is in need of a new apprentice.
I see. That color me intrigued.
Well, he was hurt badly this morning. And to be honest, I think he's going to be having a lot of attention and people caring for him. But I wanted somebody that I could trust and know is good at taking care of others to be by his side and just kind of help him along. And I'm sure you could learn a lot from him. And to be honest, if I know that Wilhelm's being taken care of, well, then that means since Wilhelm is basically family to me as far as I'm concerned, that extension goes out to those that are taking care of him.
So, could you have someone look into my daughter? Possibly, my brother is. Well, he's not a wealthy man, as a tanner usually does not find much in the way of money. Could you just make sure my daughter is cared?
Well, what would you like? Would you want her to continue to stay with your brother? Would you like her to be put into a private school? If you agree to this, I'll make certain that your daughter's taken care of. You just have to tell me what it is that you want for her.
Could my brother and my daughter have just a decent, modest house in Angaria? Somewhere that will be safe, and for my daughter to be well educated. That's all I would really ask.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm actually looking into buying some property in Angaria as we speak. So, once that's finalized, it's a big house, and I'm going to need some people to oversee it and make sure that it's well taken care of. I know your brother's a leather worker. To be honest, I might actually have some work for him if that's going to be the case, and well, I could set them up out there.
Then I would love to do this.
Phenomenal. Wilhelm's already agreed to it. He has a lot going on, so I'll bring it to his attention later, but I'll let him know that he's got a new apprentice.
Well, I do appreciate the opportunity.
Azrael, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt so much of your good times, but while we're on the note, and then I tell you what, after this, I'm gonna buy everyone here around.
And you what?
So what?
I you cut out for like the last couple
Okay,
of
sorry.
words.
I will say, Azrael, sorry for interrupting your good times and everything here with something so serious, but I did want to speak with about that. I do have one other thing for you, and then I'm gonna buy everyone here around for my interruption. Is there any chance I could get you to identify? I've got some odd armor here that I'd like to find out what exactly it is.
I can manage this, of course. Show me the armor.
I will take out two things. One is the Air Myrmidon armor, which I don't know if that even is magical or it has anything of it. But then I also have some runic studded leather armor that we never identified, and I happened to find it like last session. It was just like buried in all the crap I have in my bags.
Oh yeah. Okay. So he looks at that. This. He's looking at the Air Myrmidon. He says, "This armor is. It's curious. Where did you find this?"
I believe this one was in the necropolis. While we were on our way dealing with the Lich, we came across some elementals that were wearing this. They were very annoying, but they went down easily enough.
Well, this particular set of armor will give you some protection against lightning and concussive energy, basically meaning not bludgeoning, but thunder damage, as well as I find it to be likely that if you were to wear this armor, that you would find it a little difficult to keep your feet planted on the ground. I don't believe it would allow flight, but it seems as though that any person wearing this armor would seemingly levitate a short distance off of the ground, as well as if you were to find an unpleasant fall, it would be, well, rather not unpleasant, as you would find yourself gently drifting down to the ground at a rather controlled speed.
How heavy is the Air Myrmidon armor?
Well, let me look.
So here's basically my question, because I don't know what kind of armor it is. Like if it's just like plate, or
It's
how
like
heavy
half
it is.
plate.
Okay.
So it's gonna have the same weight as mithril half plate. It's not mithril, but it is rather light. So whatever the weight of mithril half plate be,
Let me put it this way: could a person with a strength of 6 wear it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Side note, comma, whatever. Later on, I'm gonna throw that in the box, the clone box.
Okay.
So just that happens at some point, but we don't need to I'm running off to the clone box and putting it in there and running back to the tavern. You know.
So what this is it's half plate armor that has the same weight as mithril half plate. It grants you levitation, so you ignore like difficult
I
terrain
tell you what,
and
man,
stuff like that. And
if you tell me now, I'm not gonna remember it. Just type it up in the Discord. I'll make
Will
sure I
do.
get it all in there. Cool. Because if you just tell me, I'm like, I can't write that fast. Sure, I'll get it later. But yeah, and then I have the runic studded leather armor,
Yes.
which actually I have in the thing. It just literally needs to be identified.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
It's under all my potions. And then there's like the pouch with hair and blood. And then there's the runic studded leather armor.
There it is. Alright. Wait. No, I lost it. Okay, there it is. Identified.
Studded leather of the Styx Mariner. What? Wow. What is this? Oh, it lets you swim. You're resistant to acid and necrotic damage. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe I'll put this in the thing. No, you know what? I want to be able to levitate. I like the idea of just being able to float everywhere I go. Actually, that sounds really cool. Yeah. In fact, if there's a way I can be able to add that to my already super magical armor, just, you know. It consumes, right? Can I consume other armor and just, gain its powers?
No,
that
it doesn't
thing?
work like that.
Damn it. Alright. And then on that note, I'm going to buy us a bottle of like the most expensive whatever we have here in the army camp.
You get yourself a nice bottle of plum wine, or if you want sake, there's a lot of sake to go around.
Ladies' choice. I'll ask the ladies what they want.
So they both kind of chime in at the exact same time. Celiel says sake, but literally it's like simultaneous that Mithra says the wine.
Actually, I'm gonna take a look at Cilio and be like, I'm not sure if you should be drinking there, Cilio. Wink.
Oh yeah.
So we'll go with the wine that Mithra wanted. About to go ahead and kill my baby one way or the other.
Yeah, speaking of that, Kelly, you've kind of, I imagine you've been enjoying being able to do that again. I don't know if Kelly's still there, but
Yeah, she was just putting the baby down. He was crying,
Okay.
so she's probably rocking him, but she should still be able to hear.
okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so
let me see. Got the armor identified. That. Essential money. That. Oh, yeah. Is the guy that the poisoner guy there in the tavern?
he is
Olaf.
Olaf. Yes, he is there. You recognize him, and you were given a description of stocky, taller human male, and by tall, this dude is 6'8". It's a pretty tall human. Very long beard, almost Viking-like, that goes down to like the middle of like almost like to the top of his stomach, and then the rest of his hair is just shaved.
I'm just gonna walk over to him. I'm not gonna make this long thing. Olaf, you're Olaf, right?
Yeah.
Lieutenant Belrick. Nice to meet you.
At the mention of Lieutenant, he's like, "Oh, right, yeah." He kind of, it looks like he's trying to stand up, but he's had a lot to drink.
Sit down. It's been a long day for all of us. There's no need for the formalities. Listen, I've been told that you're a pretty well-rounded expert on certain poisons and such and the like.
It's like, did you see, over a number of years, I've built up a really good
Yes or
immunity.
no, it'll be fine here. And that means you probably also carry a few different things to hold those, maybe like a bag of colding and such.
I've worked with poison.
Fantastic. Hey, listen, if you would do me the grandest of favors, why don't you meet me at my tent in the morning? I might have some work for you, and if you have any means of containing or just supplying and storing poisons, I'd be most appreciative. In fact, you know what? Just to make sure that you don't forget, I'm going to go ahead and set the a platinum down on the table. You drinks on me for the next little bit tonight.
In the middle of a conversation, he lets out a rather loud and obnoxious burp, and then continues listening to you.
Well done, sir. Well done. Slow clap. So, what are we doing tomorrow?
I'm gonna meet you at your tent. We're gonna talk about poison.
And you're gonna get into maybe a bag of colding for me?
He gives you a thumbs up.
Perfect. I look forward to it. I'm gonna return back with the rest of the group.
He's rather intoxicated. You can.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna just take out a sheet of paper and write: Meet Lieutenant Belrook morning at tent. Bring poison supplies and bag of colding. And then I'm gonna just like tie it onto his collar.
All right. You're like, we'll do, Lieutenant. And then he starts clumsily trying to stand up again, like he's trying to get into a saluting position.
Yeah, no, sit down before I have to smite you down. Just sit.
I gotta salute my lieutenant. No, I have to salute you. As he does, he leans his head back, almost like he's now having a hard time supporting the weight of his skull. And with his head like drooping back, he gives you just like a a half-hearted salute. Like, he really tried, but, it just didn't work out.
All good, man. All good. And then I'll join everybody else, and I will start to drink, which Shaz does not normally drink, but I'm going to drink because I was supposed to be able to get drunk as shit, or get high with Genzo, and that got taken away from me. So I will enjoy the revelries of the evening, and then after a few drinks in, I will suggest to the group if anyone would like to partake and join me. But I'm going to enjoy myself a nice little trip because I've earned it, and I will take out my suit.
Nice. All right. I don't know if did Brandon already dip out? Yeah, he
Probably.
did. So it was just you and Kelly at this point.
Yeah, I'm wrapping this up. But if there's anything else that happens throughout the evening, but I'm going to get drunk and then I'm going to get high. If anybody else in our soiree here would like to partake.
And you smell purple.
Well, I didn't even get to roll for it? No, I would have chosen to fail.
Yeah, sure. Well, Constitution or drunkenness check, and then you know what? I'm making substance checks a thing. So yeah, roll a drunkenness check.
What is that? Just a Constitution saving throw?
It's in your skills.
Okay. Drunkenness.
Yeah, you drink heavily, but you remain in a state of being a very comfortable drunk.
Okay. And then yeah, I would choose to fail. Is anybody else going to be doing the suit? Because I need to know how much to take out of my inventory.
I don't know. Ask Kelly if she's gonna drop Sood with you.
I didn't know if she was talking. I can't hear it since I'm muted. Yeah, okay. So she fell asleep while she was rocking the baby to sleep.
Oh, okay.
So she's been passed out for I don't know how long. So we'll just say no. But as far as
All right,
Mithra
so-
and Azrael.
Oh yeah, both of them, they want in on that.
Alright. Where's my suit? I should have a bag of suit. What is it, my potions? Yeah, I have 2 8-ounce bags of suit. So how much would it take for 3 people to
2 8-ounce bags.
Yeah.
I forgot how many uses I said an 8-ounce bag was. Well, let's just say this is gonna be 3 ounce. So if you have 2 8-ounce bags, you now have 13 ounce.
Okay, I'll just change it. Bag of suit with 13 ounces. That way it's not weird. Let's say
Oh, and you feel great. I mean, it's relaxed, and every little color or light you see is just that much more vibrant.
yeah, and I got Cilio to be our designated driver, I guess, for the evening.
Yeah, she's drinking cider.
I would say we probably do like a bar crawl, but there's no other bars, so we just we take a bunch of booze and stuff with us, like we bought some, and then we just start walking off, and we all have like a bottle of wine in our hands, and we just start walking the town. And then, what kind of terrain and stuff are around us?
Snowy, still very snowy and cold.
Okay, I mean, is there
But it's the terrain. I mean, the general architecture of Galberg is very feudal Japanese, with a lot of tiled roofs and yeah.
So are
But
there
I
any
mean,
large stones or anything big, or I'm talking boulders or anything around?
there is. I mean, yeah, there's some rocky formations within the city. You also notice in the center of the city, which you haven't informed anybody the bad news about yet, but there is a statue to Alfalazosh in the middle of the city.
Hmm. How big is the statue?
It's probably 50 feet tall, life size.
Yeah. You know what? How many people are around the statue?
A good number, probably 50 or 60 or so people would be within earshot of the statue.
Ah, that's too many. Okay. No, I want to see if I can go find just a big boulder.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, all right, hey, hold on. I will do something cool. Everybody, watch this. Hold on, hold on. Come on. I'm gonna smack the rock. And I'm gonna cast True Polymorph on it.
All right. What are you turning the rock
It's gonna turn into a T-Rex.
A T-Rex.
It's gonna turn into a T-Rex. Everybody, climb on. We're gonna go for a ride.
Does it listen to you?
Oh yeah, it's friendly and it does
Follows
what I
you.
want. Yeah, for the first hour at least.
And so, against their better judgment, they both climb on top of the
Yeah,
T-Rex.
well, Cilio's still with us. She can just be flying along, and we're gonna go riding through the city in a T-Rex.
All right, there's mass panic.
It's cool. He's super friendly. This is my trusty Rexatron friend. I call him.
As you're marching along the
Jumbaloo.
road, the T-Rex steps on a wooden cart, and the cart just crumbles.
Yeah, let's go, Jumbaloo. And we just go
All
ride through the
right.
city. And
Mass hysteria.
I'm gonna leave this at your point. I'm gonna just say I am drunk, high, and it can be a very next session we wake up to whatever has happened has happened.
So I got some thinking to do.
So I'm gonna end it like The Hangover, basically.
All right. With the three of you riding a T-Rex, you're gonna get like a conversation in the morning with the V that starts with him making a very audible sigh.
Whatever's gonna happen, happens. I'm just saying. This is what happens when you guys don't let me get to do what I want. I end up having to work at the camp with the T-Rex. By the way, I don't know. The T-Rex might go back to a boulder, but if I keep it up for an hour, then it stays as a T-Rex. So,
Does it continue to listen to you after that point?
it depends on how I treated it. So it has all the stats of a T-Rex, which a T-Rex is dumb as a fucking rock. It has like an intelligence of 4,
Yeah.
or 1 or something. It's like super crazy low. But it's friendly to me during that hour. After that hour is done, it stays as a T-Rex, and then it responds to me. Just it depends on how I treated it during that hour. And like I would have been like super friendly to the T-Rex because like it's like I'm gonna treat it like a giant puppy, basically. At least that's what my approach to it would have been.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll see, man. I'm gonna leave that one up to you.
All right, we'll see what happens if you let it be a T-Rex for an hour.
All right, and unless there's anything else, I'm gonna go and kill the stream here.
Yeah, no, that's it. Other than at the conclusion of the night, Mithra and Azrael leave with each other in a rather friendly.
Very well. All right, and stream.